Okay, this is attempt number 2 to get transcoding options for the stream. Let's see. Yep, I got him. Got him. Hey there, Toulouse. And again, hey there, Nui. I got transcoding options. I'm set. I'm now uploading to Phoenix instead of LA. I guess LA is congested or something. I don't know. Who knows? So I'm not too into today's plan because I was working on some database stuff for my stream helper last night, and I'm wondering if I'm making a mistake with this database interface. But let me continue on. At least I'll learn some stuff about how to have more practice with SQLite. If I end up doing a pivot, is that what it's called? Hey there, cat pheasant. Sorry, I just butchered your name 4 different ways. Hello. And 715-209, hello. And Cloudhawk. Hello. And I don't know how to say your name still. SCCZ Waney Malaras. Hello. A lot of people coming in at the same time. Intimidating. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to actually have, in the end, this database migration plan, if this is really going to hold up, because I'm not too comfortable with the way I designed this database interface. But at least I'm going to proceed on this step to get some practice with SQLite. So I might go back and rethink or scrap the idea of having a DB interface. More than at Adam today? Okay. I don't know what you mean, but okay. I don't know if I'm going to keep this or not, but I implemented this the last 2 streams, and I'm going to implement this. The plan, as it exists now, at least until I change it, is currently my game talks straight to disk, not talk straight to disk, stores straight to disk. All of its state is in one big JSON file. And I want to get it to where it's going to a real database. And I also want to abstract away which database I use so that I can change the database without having to change the game. So I decided to do that, to use a database interface, which I defined. And then I figured if I have a database interface, let's implement it in terms of JSON to get the game up and running with the database interface sooner, rather than have to translate all of the game data to a real database first and then bring the game up with the real database. I still think I need to transform the JSON a little bit. So that's maybe a step 3 at some point, or step 1.5, I don't know. But we'll see how this goes. Hey there, Romania. Hey. Why wouldn't you want the interface? The interface might not be able to capture the most efficient way to use a real database. So here's one of my worries, right? In the SQLite examples we're working with, we could build a prepared statement that had arguments in it, like this. Select value from globals where key equals, and then you can have a bound argument, right? So this requires building the statement up front and then binding the parameter later. The way I've designed my database interface, I can't do that. I have to bind the statement and build the statement and bind the parameters in the same step, so I can't reuse a prepared statement. So that means every single database query, we're going to be parsing a SQL string in the SQLite engine. So I'm just worried that might be too slow. Hey there, Gadam. So I don't know. I guess I'm just worried that I'm making a poor decision, a poor engineering decision, but we'll find out. I should just keep reminding myself I learn from failure. So if I do this effort of database migration and it fails, I'll at least learn from it. Can't you refactor down the line? Yeah. That's true. Yep, I can. Okay, so let's see what the state of things are. I finished the JSON implementation of the database. Now, let's ignore the fact that I have some bugs in it. Let's just focus on the fact that it passes all the tests. It's got a couple memory leaks. I want to get the SQLite version of this off the ground. So that's what I'm going to do. You guys want to see the bugs? So it's in JSON database. Bug. Memory leak. I do something which I hardly ever do, which is call the constructor explicitly with a new, and then store it in a raw pointer. So I need to go back and fix this. Right now it's a raw pointer and inside of this value struct which doesn't manage the memory. I need to upgrade this value struct to a class that manages the memory allocated and used for string data types. Today you fixed a bug by accident. You made 5 more edge case bugs. It's like striking the bug and it splits into 5 more smaller bugs. Pay no attention to the memory leak. Exactly, Grumpy Game Dev. How are you doing? Struct to C++ is automatically a class. Yeah, in my mind, I assign a little bit more to that. So let's go back to there and pin it. I like to use and think of a struct just kind of like in C#, where it is a value type, so it has no you don't handle it by reference. It's sort of like a simple type. I try to make structs either simple types or types that are like the box is open and everyone can look at the properties. Whereas I'll make something a class like database if it's closed and you have to go through a formal interface to get to it. So what I mean by upgrading value to a class would be that in addition to having storage for the data and remembering which data type it is, it would also manage the memory for the string and have like a constructor that would take a string or a typecast operator that could return a string based off of this value, kind of like what I have in JSON value. I have like operator standard string, right? It will typecast to the string. The way it works internally, it says, well, if the type is actually a string, dereference that string to return a copy of it. Otherwise, just return an empty string. So this is remarkably similar to what I have in the database HPP, right? It's a union. A union is storage space for one of many different types, and you can use one at a time. So it's basically saying that these all share the same memory, so only one of these is valid, which makes sense if we have a container for something that could have different types, right? If it's a Boolean, then get its value here. If it's string, here. And see how I have all these raw pointers? It's okay because they're private properties of this class, and the class takes care of the memory management. So right here, in the destructor, if it's a string, we call delete on the string. So I think I need to do the same thing for this value type to avoid a memory leak at least. One character longer than a class, that too. Yeah. Yeah, it makes you think, huh? Why not change the interface to support preparing a statement with bound parameters? Yeah, then I start to worry that I'll make the interface too complex. So the interface is already 152 lines long. I don't know, I'm just worrying. I'm a natural worry person, whatever. I should just stop worrying and just do it. Hey there, Anakim. Luke, hi. Hi. All right, let's get this show on the road. I think what I'm going to do is go to the JSON cluster member store and just copy all the things. So copy all the things to SQLite cluster member store and paste. And go in here and change JSON to SQLite. This library is intended to use blah, blah, blah. This is a specific implementation which stores data in an SQLite database. It ended up capitalizing SQLite because it was capitalized JSON, right? It adapts the interface to fit an SQLite database. The open method, I guess, the open method, well, let me get the terms right. So Let me refer to the SQLite documentation. Documentation, programming interfaces introduction, right? Open a connection. Open a new database connection. The open method opens a database connection. Okay. I don't think I need a commit because the way that this would work is the database manages its own file, and so I don't need to tell it to commit, right? Let's put that in words here. The open method opens a database connection. From then on, method calls to the object are translated into database queries. And okay, my typing is really poor right now. It makes me think I'm not sitting correctly here. And the database engine handles persisting the actual data. That's what we're going to say. Okay, so obviously we depend on SQLite, and it's correct up until, well, I guess we can just delete all that and just rewrite it. SQLite, a public domain embeddable database engine. Oh, I don't know if I'm depending on system abstractions or not. It also just occurred to me that the JSON cluster member store didn't list JSON as its requirement. Oh, it did. Okay, it did. Wait a minute, how come this... Oh, because it got renamed SQLite. Got it. Okay, never mind. All right, so README is done. License is unchanged. Makefile. I don't need copyright. JSON becomes SQLite. Okay, that looks good to me. Test. SQLite. Looks good to me. Rename this SQLite. SQLite. Okay, there's no SQLite value. We don't need to use the file system, so I'm going to delete all that. Actually, I do want that for the current working directory. Or do I? What was I using for the path? The test.db? Yeah, for this get exe parent directory. I need it for that. So, but these other these other headers we don't need. Okay, so I don't need decorated store. Okay, test fixture. So this is going to have to change. We don't actually have a store. Starting serialization. This is where I'm not sure what to do. Like, I want to have a starting database, but oh, maybe the way I do it is with SQL statements. Calls SQLite 3 open. Yeah. Don't want to name specific functions there. I just want to say connects to the database, and then if you want to see how you look at the class and say, oh, it calls SQLite 3 open. When you do your SQLite stuff, you only call exec for the actual operations. Oh, for the prepared statements, it's just doing it a little bit step by step, and allows you to reuse the same statement over again without having to compile it again. So exec is the equivalent of building a statement and then binding the parameters and stepping, I believe. And the reason to separate this is to do some of them over and over again, but not others. So preparing the statement and then just reusing the prepared statement over and over again lets you, if the statement's something you do a bajillion times, then you only need to build it once, and then you can just reuse the same prepared statement a bajillion times. So I think it's one of the advantages to the database engine in getting its efficiency is that basically you want to spend as little time as possible parsing and generating strings. These are really just meant for a human user. For a machine, we really want to get into a machine readable, an efficiently machine readable format as soon as we can and keep it there. So that's why I kind of, from the get-go, wanted to use this concept of prepared statements. And yeah, I just don't know exactly how I want to do it with my new interface yet. Hey there, A squared. But we were doing that with these test programs that I made on Monday. Yeah, so I think what I want to do here is have the database constructed from a sequence of SQL statements. So if it's going to be a sequence, then it's going to be a vector, right? Look at that double sombrero. I like it. What's SQ? Oh, right. I think someone linked that on Monday. Maybe not. Thank you. I'll give you the point for that. And let me grab the link. I think someone did link it, and I didn't put it in the notes. Well, the other thing I found, Grumpy Dev, is that there is a where is it? Test.db. There is a browser extension to VS Code, so I can do Open Database now. And look at that. How do I do a query? Show table, here we go. Look at that. I can see the table there. That's what's in my test database. Look at that. The bot's purple? For me, it's yellow. And colors changed for you? I don't know. So I was really looking forward to using this plugin that lets me explore the database, but I guess I can compare it to SQLite browser. Much more tinkerable. Okay. Is that that's a program I can install separately? It's not a visual shell for SQLite command line tool. Does not require familiarity with SQL commands. Cool, yeah. Might be using that. Yeah, for me it's yellow. You want to see? It's yellow. Color got unset. Twitch has been weird today. I tried to use that sombrero Adams equivalent of this twice, and it didn't show the emote, even in normal Twitch chat, not just Yada. I did file a bug in Yada, but now I'm starting to think maybe it was a Twitch problem, not a Yada problem. About that thing that happened yesterday where it didn't show up in chat as an emote. Anyway, let's get back to this. So vector, I want to have like, and let me think about this. This could be const, right? It could be, in fact, it can be static const. Did you unlock it in his chat? Yeah, I did. I unlocked it twice actually because I thought the first time it messed up. So I unlocked it again and it still didn't show up right. And I don't know, no one acknowledged that I used the emote, so I don't know if it actually worked, or maybe it worked and just didn't show it for me. So this would be, I guess, DB init statements. Okay, so to get the equivalent of this, I need to construct some statements, right? Create table. And I'm going to refer to what I had in the playground stuff. I had a comment where I had some create tables, right? Right, create table, KV, and then it's in parentheses, it's name, column type, and then perhaps a primary key. Okay, so then this would be key, text, primary key, comma. I'm trying to do it. Playing with Scissors told me, and use all capitals instead of lowercase. Okay, and then the next column is value text. That's it, right? And I need a semicolon. Do I need a semicolon here? Hold on. Did I use semicolons in statements here? Or is that just the CLI? No, I didn't need it. So that's just in the CLI. Customary to do it all in all caps. Yeah, all the keywords, right? Okay, and then the next statement. Let's do the other create table. NPCs. Entity. Integer. Primary key. And then it was name and job. Name text. Job text. Okay, and then that takes care of the schema part. Oh no, we have a third table for quests. Create table quests. NPC integer quest integer. There's no primary key because it's an associative table, many to many. All right, and then we have some values here. Let me see. It's insert into KV. And then there was well, I guess we could just do this since we're filling in all the columns, right? Values. Okay, and then I have foo. And that had to be double quotes, right? Bar. There we go. Implicit primary keys? There's still primary key SQLite sneaks in a row ID? That's fine. Scream at the database. Yeah, scream at the database. Create table! Insert into KV. Values! You can imagine the database like cringing. No, I don't. Please stop yelling at me. Insert into NPCs. Values. One Alex the armorer. Okay, we're gonna have another one. It's 2, and it is Bob, and Bob is Bob the banker. Insert into quests. Values. What's which one's first? NPC quest. So 142. 43, and it was like 243, right? Yeah, okay, so this represents the same data and schema as we had in the JSON test. Not a single quote. I thought it was double quote based on my thing here, but so should it be single? If I could use single quote, I would. Do I have it backwards? They had a thing about quirks. Where was the thing about quirks? Was it an overview? Yeah, quirks. Let's find it. Oh, double quotes are on identifiers and single quotes are on string literals. Well, shoot. I guess I'll use single quotes then. Thank you for pointing that out, Grumpy Game Dev. So yeah, let's remove all of these and make them single quotes. That's better, right? All right. I don't need to have a store. So I'm going to just drop the constructor, I think, right? No, wait, yeah, I can drop the constructor. We can have the setup do the DB init statements. SQLite accepts both, it says, but the standard is that. Yeah. I'd like to try to stick to the standard, that way I won't get myself into trouble, confused if I switch to like MySQL or something like that at some point. Read the entire, so we don't need this. I don't need read or write, but I think I will have the equivalent of read would be what? To dump the database. Let's just drop this. I don't know what I want to do about dumping the database. This one, let's just, yeah, let's have this initialize, call it initialize database. I do need a file though. Let's construct the name. No, wait a minute. The name of the file is, we don't know until runtime, so let's just make space for it. DB file path. JSON power DB. RAMU 8354 SQL. Okay. I'm repurposing this to mean something else here. So this will be blow away any previous database and construct and blow away the previous database, if any. Previous test database, if any, and construct the test database from the should you say from the given statements, and then we can have different test databases? I think that makes sense. Construct the test database from the given SQL statements from boilerplate. This is just for the common setup so that all the tests can leverage it. But some of the tests will have slightly different values and requirements. So parameters, this just be let me use that name here, and this name will have this be default DB init statements. There we go. These are the SQL statements. I still haven't decided for myself, by the way, whether I'm going to say SQL or SQL, or just be inconsistent and vacillate between the two. Part of me says that I should say SQL because SQL that doesn't look enough like a word, like com, for example. Com, you can it looks more like a word, right? Laser looks more like a word. I didn't spell it right, laser. But like ICBM, you don't say ICBM, you say ICBM because it doesn't look like a word. So I'm thinking that to me doesn't look like a word, so I'd rather say SQL. And then that means that this is SQLite. I think that's what I'm going to try to train myself to do. It's SQL and SQLite. We use both terms interchangeably. Yeah, but you know me, Grumpy Game Dev. I'm a grumpy old pedantic stick to one way of doing everything. I like consistency. I don't like inconsistency. These are the SQL statements to execute, I guess. Is execute the right term? Execute in order to construct the test database. All right, and this would be reconstruct database from these statements. I feel like I should make a type out of that. Sure, why not? Why don't we? Using data SQL statements. Is that? Okay, and so I can put that here. DB statements. Okay. So I'm just going to make a system abstractions file just so I can delete the file. DB file, construct it from DB file path, and say DB file.destroy, and then say, I guess DB equals, no, DB open, right? DB open DB file path. And we'll have a backdoor way to execute statements, so we would, let's do this in a loop for const auto db init statement in statements db.execute db init statement, then delete all these other things. Okay, so I don't have these helpers yet, although maybe I should. I need to decide how do we verify the database is in the correct state. I should look to see if there's a command we can do to get a dump of the database. I don't want functions. I'll just go back. Here we go. Vacuum, maybe? No, that rebuilds it. Okay, we don't want to rebuild it. I'm searching for a query I can give the database that will give me a snapshot of the complete... Oh, is it vacuum? I want to get a complete snapshot of the database where it's... If two databases are identical, I get a bit exact the same file out every time. Yeah, I see that. But is it... Do you get exactly the same bits every time? I guess we can find out. Same logical content fully vacuumed. So is it repeatable? That's my question. Hey there, FAQ. It's just reading the actual file. I think what it's like. It says it's to create a new database in the new file, and the new database is the same as the original one, fully vacuumed. But I want to know: is it exactly the same? Every bit the same? Yeah, but like how? Like I need to be able to compare databases. So if I vacuum into the file and read the file into a vector of bytes, can I compare that vector of bytes to another vacuum into? Deterministic? Okay. If it's deterministic, I guess we can try it. So instead of verify serialization, I think what I want to do is... Oh gosh, how are we going to do this? It's not enough to vacuum it into a file. I need to have... Well, actually, I guess I could construct a database manually, and then vacuum it, and then compare the two vacuum files? Database API? Yeah, I guess I could look at that. That was documented here, right? Backup init, backup step, backup finish. Oh, I could do an in-memory database rather than a file, right? This one only works with files, right? Yeah, I like the idea of it being minimal size. What if I parameterize this so that I can build an expected database? Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to be able to build an expected to build a database anywhere. So I need to have a file name here, db file path, and let me rename this. I don't want these names to collide. Default db file. I hate to call it default db file path. Oh, right. It's fine. You know, we'll survive. We will survive. This is the path to the database to reconstruct. Blow away the previous database at the database, if any, at the given path, and construct a new database from the given SQL statements. That implies that we're going to have our own local DB. Let me shorten this. Can I just call it file path in its statements? Oh, it could be in memory too. Ooh. Good point. Good point. Get it? You're not sure how you'd access that memory block? I don't know. We can look into it and see. Oh, I thought it was down. I thought I remember seeing down here some. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. It's probably linked to URI file name. There we go. I remember seeing like the list of the different kinds of URIs somewhere. Was it here? Ah, here we go. So not a file? Look mode equals memory. Yes, I see that. Mode equals memory. But yeah, I don't know how we would access it. You know, it's okay. Files are fine. We can use a file. So const standard string file path. And we'll make one of these. I hate to use the object under test to test itself though. But you know, I think that's okay. Well, no, hold on. What if we go manually to SQLite 3 for this? Yeah, because we're not going to be doing prepared statements or anything, so I think I can handle at least this much. So we don't need to do db open. We're going to do this. Oh, the other thing I found out yesterday while reading, we're actually leaking this database handle because open, even if it doesn't return okay, it's still in all but in all but one case, which is running out of memory, in all except for that, it actually does construct something, and we're supposed to close it. So even not okay, we're supposed to check if the DB raw is not null and close it. And we're not doing that in all those examples, but I should be doing it here. In fact, I'm going to verify that if SQLite 3 close can take a null pointer, we'll just always call it. Documentation intro close. Must be either a null pointer. Okay, so it can be passed a null pointer. Harmless no op. Got it. All right. So we're just always going to call it. It's SQLite 3 close db raw, right? And ignore the return value. And just return early. Okay. File path. And then here we can use the execute. I don't even need a callback function, right? Yeah, because we're not going to prepare and step and finalize. We're just going to do it. Execute order 66. Order 66. Execute db raw. The statement db init statement dot c string. Okay. If it's not null, if it's null, no callback is invoked. Okay, so null. And then I suppose the first argument can be null also. And then the error message, can that be null? I suppose we should try to catch an error. So let's construct an error message. Okay, and we'll initialize that to null, C style. address of error message. And I guess we're not ignoring the return value. If it, oh, that's a callback, returns non-zero. To avoid memory leaks, the application should invoke free on error message strings returned through the fifth parameter after a message is no longer needed. Okay, I can do that. Where does it say what the return value means? I'm having trouble like reading this documentation, finding out what does the return value mean. It probably, if I just look for the word return. Oh wow, they don't even say. I suppose that it's just like the others, that if it's not equal to okay. If that is not equal to okay, then let's do an can I just force a failure with Google test? I forget this stuff. Where's the primer? Here it is. Is there a macro for just failing a test right away? There's asserts, expects, assert true. Okay, maybe not in the primer. More detailed, there we go. That's building. Yeah, we don't need building. Let's just do a Google search. Google test force failure. Is it just fail? Oh, okay, fail. Yep, fail. And then we'll put in the error message. And then they want me to do SQLite 3 free error message, right? Although, this will throw an exception anyway, right? What if I can move the error message first, and then free it, and then use something else? So, and then also close it too. So, does it really matter? What if it doesn't matter if I leak, who cares? What am I doing? This should just say, well, I hate to do it in a non-clean way. Let's have it exception friendly. So I would do what I did in this main here. I'd make a nice little type that I can use called DB connection, and then this thing would actually put it into unique pointer for me. Call it auto DB equals that. So automatically close if when it goes out of scope, and then from here on we do DB get. Okay, and then then the only thing I need to do here is get my own copy of the error message. So standard string error message managed is error message. Free the old one and then shift that into fail. According to in-memory DB, you can use and then later open it to get the same DB. That's okay, Nui. Thanks for looking into that, but I'm just gonna do files because that's way too complicated. Oh, there's also serialize. Oh, maybe the serialize would be useful. Let's put this into this window. Actually, I will use this one. This will allow me to skip having to open it myself. Yeah. All right, we'll do that. So perhaps reconstruct database should return the database connection, and that would allow me to serialize it if I want to. Also faster testing because no disk access. I'll at least use the serialize. But I'll keep that in mind. The in-memory DB. Let's preserve your comment. There we go. Yeah, I think I do want to return the database connection in the end. So this will be null pointer. Oh wait, I can't fail then. Shoot. Because to fail you can't have any return values. Shoot. Well, I guess I can make it an output parameter. DB. Param out DB. This is where to store the database handle, the handle to the constructed database. So I could yeah, that's fine. We'll end up just closing it for when we're going to use it through our unit under test. Okay, so then if it is an exec, we fail. We'll have to get all the way out. So this can just return. We have to get all the way out to... Oh, wait, I can't do this. How about DB reconstructed? Reconstructed DB. And we can just assign it at the end. Standard move DB. Yeah, I like that. So if we fail, though we fail, that should throw an exception. I believe that's what fail does, which would close our database, which is fine. Okay. And we also get the error message back out. So if I make a mistake in the statements, then we'll see that. Okay. I think that's good. So let's make a helper for the serialize thing. So standard string. I guess I'd use it with serialization. So serialization becomes a string then. And then this would be serialized database. And I guess in the same, for the same reasons, I want to get the file path directly because we're going to open it. Okay, and the same way, right? So I'm not going to destroy it, but we are going to open it. Let me put this into another helper. Database connection. Open database. Const standard string file path with what's in the clipboard. Return, so just return that. And this is return null pointer. Okay. Open the database, the SQLite database at the given file path, and return a handle to it. This is the path to the database to open. A handle to the database is returned. Let's also say retval null pointer. Retval. This is returned if the database could not be opened. I could use an error message here, possibly. If I wanted to have it fail a test, though, I would need to do, again, the output parameter. I guess I can do that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is where to store the handle to the database. And so this would become a void db. And so this is db equals. And I do a fail here. And a fail the same way. Well, actually, this is going to be slightly different, isn't it? How does it work for error message? I think it's different. Let's leave that open, actually. I was looking at this last night. It was under C++ reference list of functions error message. I don't think I need to free anything. It might change with each call. I don't think I need to free anything. Free. Right. The application does not need to worry about freeing the result. It's managed internally. Okay, so it's slightly different than this. I don't need to free it. I can just fail with it. Fail with SQLite 3 error message with the db. Oh, but we want to. Oh, I do want to get into a string because I want to close the database. In fact, we're closing the database here before the fail. Yeah, so I need to get this first. So standard string error message equals that. Sure, why not? How about in parentheses? Then close it and then fail with that. All right, I like it. So then open database down here. So database connection DB and then open database file path DB. Gets rid of all that. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing down here in serialized database. And again, because it returns, it's a thing with Google Test that if you return something from a helper, you can't use the macros to fail the test. So at least I think that's what I remember. I could be wrong about that, but it means I need to turn this around and say that's a void, and this is an output parameter. This could exit early, but assuming it doesn't, we use the function that Nui told us about. SQLite 3 serialize. Hey there, Rosen. How did you structure the repo for the game? Is everything right now? Everything is in separate repos. I try to put different libraries in different repos, especially if I make them open source so that people can reuse them. I haven't been perfect at that, even though they're still in separate repos. To use a lot of them, you have to clone a lot of them and put them next to each other, which is a bummer. They're not completely separable, but I at least have them in different Git repositories. Yeah, and there's a YouTube video that explains why I don't like to use Git submodule, because then you don't get a true branch reference from the main repository. You always get a commit reference only. So if you want your main repo to pick up a newer version of a sub repo, you always have to change and make a commit on the main repo, which I don't like. I prefer Google's approach with what I did with Android with repo. I just made my own tool that it's pretty much the same thing. You have a file called like main XML, just like in Android, and there are true branch links. Otherwise, it's the same as Git submodule. So with this, I don't need to actually change the main repo unless I switch branches. And if I want to get a release snapshot to make a label, I do so with what I call a frozen or a pegged XML where there's a revision in addition to the branch, and now this is exactly the same as a Git submodule, only just managed differently. And by the way, hello. I should have said hello first and then explained all that stuff. All right, so I want to call this new function, right? Yeah, no problem. SQLite 3 serialize. And this always returns a string. Does it ever fail? It might return null. Okay, I don't really care about memory allocation errors. If it's null, it's null. So that means we're going to get it back out as, what, a null terminated string? Oh, the size is written to the third argument. Okay. So I'm going to want that. The type is why do they have SQLite int64? I hate it when libraries do this. Why can't they just use C99 types? I hate it. I hate it. Serialization size. So, const, right? Yeah, we're not going to change it. I didn't spell that right. Serialization raw equals serialize. Database goes first. Then the schema. I want them all, so do I just do null for S? Of the S database. What do I pass for if I want them all? I don't know. Do I just do a null? It doesn't even say. There has to be a name to it? Which one? Yeah, but what if I only have one? I don't know. The main temp. I don't know what this means. Let me see what we get for open. Like maybe it says it gives it a name or something. Name. I don't know. Can we ask it for its name? I don't know. Column name. File name. Oh, what was that? DB file name. Wasn't there something with like connect to add another database? Okay, let me go back out of this and go to intro again. I'm just reading here. You can attach to two or more days with attach, but it's not necessary. I don't know what to name it. Yeah, but what if? No, I think it's just one database per file, right? You can use the attach SQL command to attach to two or more databases. Oh, wait a second. The schema names main and temp refer to the main database and the database used for temporary tables. Okay, so I want main then. That's really obscure. Okay, main. And then the size, so serializations. Why didn't it let me autocomplete that? I have a feeling that this is wrong. That is the correct type. That's weird. Okay, anyway. Flags. Do I need a flag? I don't know. This is a lot of stuff. Oh. Because it's the entire spec, and it was just going to that anchor. Get me back to that anchor. Oh, shoot. How do I get back to that anchor? There we go. Okay. TLDR. No, too long. Didn't read. I guess we'll just look for that string here. If no copy bit, then no memory allocations are made, and the serialized function will return a pointer to the contiguous memory representation of the database that SQLite is currently using for that database, or null if no such representation exists. So I probably don't want that because it's possible to get null back. Now, how do I free it? This is the only documentation, so I gotta. It's here somewhere. Do I have to? Okay, the caller responsible for freeing the return value. Okay, so I guess I have to call free because that's what you call with malloc free, right? All right, so then why is this so hard for me? I don't know. No flags then? No flags. We don't care. And then I'm going to construct the serialization equals or resize the serialization size. Or no, I can do a sign. Serialization raw to serialization raw plus serialization size. And then SQLite 3 free serialization raw. There we go. Yeah, there is a SQLite 3 free. There is, yep. Okay, that looks good to me. So then I have to call this here, right? So I don't need to commit the thing. I would need to get the serialization out though. So standard string, this is expected. And let's call it actual. Let's call it expected actual. This word is too long. Expected actual. So verify implies that we're using the default path, right? So default DB path. So serialized database default DB path actual. Expected expected matches the actual. There we go. And then the note changes. I need to get a starting serialization out. Yeah, so standard string starting serialization. So then in setup, I need to set that up, right? All right, okay, here. So, yeah. I need to do the same thing where we destroy the old contents. Yeah. Destroy the old database, then initialize it. So, actually, why did I do that? I can just do reconstruct database. Reconstruct database. It's the default DB file path and the default DB init statements. And we don't need the constructed, actually, I have to pass it anyway, don't I? DB, I guess. Sure. DB. Okay. And then I need to get the serialization out. So, serialized database. And this is starting serialization. There we go. Hey there, Ernius. And I'm yelling, hi. Why did I use JSON in the first place? Because it was convenient. I also use JSON in the pipe, in the WebSocket between servers and clients with the game, because the Chrome Dev Tools lets me parse it very easily. Yeah. Hey there, Jackimus. But now we're moving to a real database engine, at least. So I don't need this open, right? And I don't need that. Okay. So every test is going to reconstruct the default database and get a serialization for it, so that we can use these helpers, right? I think so, yeah. Make it better, yeah. Okay, got it. Right. How am I going to simulate open failure? I don't know. I think maybe it's beyond the scope of what I can do, because SQLite just opens it, right? Even if it doesn't exist. Programming interface is open. I guess we could do it this way. Well, no, but this is the default, right? Open, read, write. Oh no, that's not it. It probably says what the old open combination is. Somewhere, right? Yeah, I don't use the open v2. I guess I could, and then I think this is... Yeah, this is the behavior for open. Is it opens if reading, writing, and creates if it not already existed. So I can't make that fail without getting in the way between it and the operating system. So I think I'm just not going to worry about it. So it means I really don't need a test for open, do I? Well, hold on, let me think about it. Yeah, I don't think that there's any meaningful test we can make for open. And there's no commit, so I'm just going to delete these tests. Go to create table first. Seems so much better with people complaining. What? Hey there, Squiddy. Hello, world. The world waves back to you. I want to get something off the ground quickly, so I think I'm going to delete all but this test and just focus on this test here. Right, so we're adding what? We're adding a new table called Cthulhu. Okay, so actually the setup and act is the same, but the commit is, the assert is different, right? Yeah, how would we, I guess what I'm doing is I'm going to have it execute an extra statement, have it build another copy of the database, add the extra statement, verify that that's what it did. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I kind of want to put that into its own little helper so I can just execute one statement. Yeah, what if I do that? I'll put this into a little helper. Yeah, we're going to be using SQLite server side. So in the game backend, where we have 3 servers or 3 or more servers, each server is going to have its own database. Right now, each one has its own JSON file, and we're going to basically migrate from a JSON file to a SQLite database. So each server, in addition to running the game, it'll also have an embedded SQLite database engine. and be using that for all of the storage so that hopefully I speed up all of the persistence of the data. Right now it's very slow. All right. Pulling this out as a helper, right? So I guess I'll just call this execute statement. I don't have a function for that. Okay, good. So we get const database connection db, and then we get a statement, and the statement goes here, and this can fail, which is fine. And that's all I need. So let's comment this. Yeah. Execute the given SQL statement on the given database. Param input db 1 2 3 4. This is the handle to the database. Databaser. Database. Statement. This is the SQL statement to execute. Why SQLite versus Postgres or Oracle? Because, like I said, the each server has its own copy. So why would I do the overhead of doing a separate database program for every server if basically they each have a private copy of the data? It's exclusive access. I don't need transactions. I don't need backups. I don't need there to be a separate program. So Postgres or Oracle or MySQL would be overkill, I think. I was sort of keeping the door open for those other databases up to now, but like last night I was thinking, you know, unless there's something comparable to SQLite, like I don't need anything more. Unless there's something better than it that doesn't have all that baggage I don't need. Also, SQLite is like stupidly popular, like used everywhere. Yeah, these servers all are copies of the game. It all fits into the Raft. Okay, yeah, I knew we already linked the Raft command. So the Raft consensus algorithm already is our backup solution and our replication system. We don't need a database to do that. So you can use one. Postgres is much faster than SQLite. Is Postgres faster than SQLite for one client exclusive access? I guess actually I could do the fair comparison and just profile them both. Okay, well I have to take. I can't assume that I'm right and you're wrong. I have to write this down. Yeah. What I can do is I can put them side by side from my application. Which one's faster, SQLite or Postgres? We can find out. Not today, sorry, but at some point I'll do that. The work of learning SQL exists no matter which one I use. Yeah, pretty much. Talking 100 million people? I don't know what we're talking about now. I'm not sure what we're talking about. Sorry. Okay, execute statement. I want to use that down here, right? This should just be execute statement db init statement, right? And then I can use this one in some of my tests later. Right, so here, I guess I could set it up in the arrangement. So I'll have a new database that I construct from the default with an extra statement, I guess. Let's make another helper for this. So, in fact, this would be the beginning of it. So let's make this another helper. So, void Actually, it's already reconstruct database. I can have reconstruct database take an extra argument, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have it take an optional argument. So param in extra statements. If this is an optional list of extra SQL statements to execute after the init statements. So I'll do it this way with a default argument. That should have been init statements, not db init statements. This should be extra statements, and that will be defaulted to that. Online people at the same time running queries. For my game, there's just going to be one server. How many clients on will it be doing these queries on behalf of? It depends on how popular the game becomes, I guess. And I'll probably do a lot of caching in the game server, so it probably will only go to the database when it doesn't have the records. Now, of course, the executor still needs to go to the database whenever it needs to update something, but yeah, and the update frequency will grow if we have more people playing, but that's not really has anything to do with the database, so we already have to do that with the JSON, so. Hey there, Cthulhu. All right, extra statements. So I guess I'm just doing this, right? For the extra statement. Let's just call this statement. There we go. All right, so then I can use this down in the test to say, and look, Cthulhu, good timing, because I named a table after you. So we arrange the new table, and we're also going to reconstruct another database. Let's have another file. So there's a default DB file path, and we'll have a comparison DB file path. And I want to construct that in my setup somewhere, right? Oh, did I never do that? Get exe. I never did that. Okay. Error. Close that. In this test down here, I did that. Right here. Yes. I need that constructed in the setup here. Setup. Where are you? Here we are. More bits from Gadam. Thank you for the extra bits. Those extra bits made me drop 18 frames. I'm just kidding. I just dropped 18 frames for some reason. You guys have look at the code being written in C++. Assuming the choice is made for speed and load, that's why compare and load test for the two is a good idea. I think a compare and load test is good in almost every condition, just to tell you if like what your baseline is, and then if something is better than something else. It's like 5 bits per frame, I know. Quite the value. Because this is default DB file path equals that, right? More bits? I didn't drop any frames that time, though. Thank you for the bits. No, we didn't drop any this time. It was a one-off. I know it was a fluke. Okay, we have test DB, and I don't know. This can be anything. How about test 2 DB? I just don't feel like working with in-memory databases right now. I guess I could. Should I just do what Nui was saying before and try to get this to work with an in-memory database? So it's file : memdb1 !, mode equals memory, and cache equals shared. Apparently. Let's... Which window? This one? Is there an ORM? I don't know. There's one in my game, though. My object relational mapping for the game is split between the entity component system, the players, configuration, ticketing system. So, for example, this players is in charge of... oh, what's this? 5 more gifted subs from Gadam. I appreciate that, Gadam. You realize you don't have to gift the subs, but I do appreciate them. Thank you very much. So my game right now, its object relational mapping is there's an object called players, and it maps everything to the database right now, which is a JSON object. So this is actually how it serializes a player record. So I want to change this so it's actually going through queries to a real database engine. Yeah, we love the support for sure. Pomprock's got a sub. Ezekiel, Julix, Super Hoodie Panda, and Mars Raptor. Congrats. Did I miss anybody that got a sub? I don't think so. Why do I not have a donate button? Because, I don't know, it just felt sleazy to have a donate button. What is POG? It's just a exclamation of surprise and happiness, I guess. Right? Like PogChamp. That's why I wanted to thank Gadam for them, so they don't have to. We don't want to we don't want to unlurk people just because they got gifted a sub. Yeah, it's one of those Twitch meme things that, like, I didn't know what Pog or PogChamp or Poggers meant until I watched Twitch, and now I don't even think about the origin of the word. But yeah, it's the feeling of like surprise and happiness and all that. If most of your read writes to the base are basic read writes, you should Google for ORM for the DB. It might save me some code / time. I can't answer that question. I don't know if most of them are basic read writes, but that's something to consider for sure. Give you a point for that. Suddenly we find yourself with a gear icon. You're like, what's this gear for? And then you're like, one fewer kidney. Oh, what happened to that? Wait a minute. What about the kidney thing, Grumpy Gator? I don't think that actually happens. I do like to write my own stuff. That is one reason, but I don't like to discount ideas. So if Squiddy believes that it could save me some time to be looking for an ORM, then I should probably look into that at some point. I have to basically audit my own code and see, do I do any complex queries? I'll probably find that out with this thing, because when I try to fit my game's database access into this interface, if it fits well, that means I'm doing simple things. Right? These are the most fundamental things you can do with the database, right? Then maybe I should look for an ORM on Google. I don't know. Reconstruct database. What do I want here? I want the comparison DB. The init statements are the default init statements. And then comparison DB, which we have to get. Actually, hold on. I don't need this extra thing, actually. I can just call the extra statements myself, right? No, it's convenient. Yeah, well, okay, never mind. We'll just put it here. Okay, the extra statement would be what we expect the wrapper to do when we do create table. I would expect it to do a create table, and I'm going to cheat and copy one of these other create tables instead of writing it from scratch. And remember, we have to shout, create table, KB, key, text, primary, key, value, text. Okay, database connection comparison DB. So it's going to be Cthulhu. It's going to have entity, integer, primary key, and then we have favorite colored text. Okay, so I don't need the commit. Yes, so I just need to do the verify serialization. Or serialized database. Yeah, so verify serialization is first. Right here, verify serialization. And the expected is serialized database. Oh no, we have to do that first. Maybe I make another helper for this. Because it's not like I have the expected thing. What if I pass in the other database? So const database connection other DB. Wait a minute. Take me to that code. There we go. What if instead of the file path I actually have the DB connection? That way I can move this down here. And then I can then use serialized. Okay, that should be DB up here. Then yeah, then I can just do serial. So I still have to do that though. That's okay. We can deal with this. So there's actual and expected. Test DB expected DB. Oh no, we already have the other DB. Okay, test DB. I guess we just use DB. Open. I don't need to do this. No, I do need to do this. This has to go there, and that goes there. All right, and then I want to actually serialize the other one too. Other DB is expected. There we go. So that can move there. It's okay. So open the default database, serialize it out, serialize the other database and make sure that they're the same. So I can't use starting serialization, can I? What if I have different overload for this? So one actually takes a string. Yeah. Which is const standard string. Because this is a string, right? Yeah, we do that in setup. Okay, I'm all confused. Hold on, let me catch up with chat. I'm getting too deep in the code. I'm ignoring chat. You took some ibuprofen though? Oh, I see. You like to write your own stuff too, but writing a DB interface library doesn't seem the same as say a graphics engine when doing game dev. Kind of pick and choose. Normally, not writing your own language for making games. I end up making my own everything, so I don't know. I'm not making the database engine. I'm using SQLite, so there are things not invented here. There are a few, but I do invent quite a few things that are already existing. Okay, I'm changing too many things at once, aren't I? Serialized database takes a database connection, so this can take that database, which is good because we don't have to open it twice. We just open it once, serialize it, and then I don't need to serialize it again. So I don't need... That's the starting serialization, yes. So if we have a serialization already, I guess that's expected, right? If we already have the expected serialization, then we're only needing to get the actual. I don't need the other DB. So then I could turn this around, couldn't I? if we have a DB, then the extra things we're doing are serializing the expected one out of it, and then calling verify on it. Expected, right? So if we have a database, we're going to serialize it and verify that the actual one matches. So the actual one is we access it and serialize and then compare. Okay, that'll work. I like that. So then all we need to do here is verify serialization for the other DB, right? Comparison DB. There we go. Did it. I did it, chat. Let's build it. We'll make a database engine one day? Maybe. Already suggested RAM A354DB stored in JSON. Is that what that meant? Okay. Oh, I forgot to say hi to ProSam. Hi. ProSam, there's only one sombrero on that cactus, though. And by the way, I should say hi to Slickver, who did PogChamp a bunch of times, and Resubaka I didn't say hi to either. For some reason, I missed that hi. Hi, Resubaka. Okay. It didn't build because I don't have this in the build system. That's a problem. Let's add it. So I have JSON cluster member store, but I don't have SQLite. SQLite cluster member store. Build. No sources given. Oh, thank you for that follow. Hey there, Real. Vapesay? Hi. Mind if I could just call you Real? Okay. I didn't spell something correctly in the name of the file. Let's go back. Oh, I didn't finish working on this one. So these all have to change. SQLite database. And the name of that has to change. SQLite cluster member store. Okay. This file name is also different. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. This is C++, yeah. Okay, this file specifies the SQLite implementation of an abstract interface, blah, 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 blah. Basically, wherever there's JSON, we're going to be renaming this to SQLite. This is wrong. Okay, so this isn't... This is the SQLite implementation of an abstract interface for general purpose access to some kind of relational database. Yes, okay. Okay, the open doesn't take a store, it takes a file path now, right? Const standard string a file path. And there's no commit. But otherwise everything stays the same in the header, right? Yeah. Now the implementation. SQLite. There's no value. Instead we need to include SQLite 3.h. I don't need ifile or system entry. Okay. Probably don't need a lot of these things, right? Get column definition. I definitely don't need decode value. At least I don't think I do. I might end up adding these back, right? That was dealing with JSON. We're not doing that anymore. I'll leave this. I don't know if I need it. You know what? I can just blank this back out and then pull in what we need. So we don't even know if we need types. Properties. There's going to be... Okay, let's... I want to reuse this one. database connection. So, sure, types. Database connection is a unique pointer to an SQLite 3. Sounds good to me, so then we have one of those. That's our DB. Don't need that. And I don't need any of this stuff. Probably. Don't need to read from store, don't need to write to store, don't need to deserialize, serialize. Okay, we're just going to blank it all out. Don't know if I even need methods. Okay, the open, which takes a const standard string file path. It's just going to tell the it's just going to open the database, right? So what I'm doing in the test to open the database, I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Do that. There. Okay, instead of doing fail though, we're going to return false. What do we do with the error message? I guess we're not doing anything with it. We're just closing the raw connection, right? And so this is impl db. Did I just say impl? I suppose we do. Either that or I can declare that in the anonymous namespace. That might be simpler. Let's do that. Let's put it here. And then I don't have to put impl in front. Neato. Okay, there's no commit. Let me catch up on the chat. There's a double sombrero from Squiddy. I love it. Can't wait for Rust adoption. I'm getting closer to picking up Rust. I was asking people about Rust the other day. I'm mostly worried about interfacing Rust to C and C++, and not knowing how the Rust system works. I want to get familiar with that first. Should probably be the subscriber badge also, or a bunny. Yeah. Why not globalize my properties instead? More unnecessary work for no reason other than waste time. The more you know. I don't know what you mean by globalizing my properties. Man, languages and computers are weird things, and should have made it should have made it simpler. I don't know. I guess we try to make things simple, but it's a complex. Computers are complicated. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by globalizing my properties. All right. I just need to blank all this stuff out because we haven't implemented anything yet, right? So let's do that. Going back to no implementation yet. I just wanted the shell from the other implementation. Deleting all the things. Strangely feels cathartic to delete old code. Okay, now to get it to compile, obviously some of these things return things, so I gotta return something. Return 0. All these can return 0. This is a dataset, so return an empty dataset. What else? Table definitions here. You can have some table definitions. Have some empty table definitions. Okay, this one should return true if we get this far. Let's see if it builds. Nope. Yes. It's building. No, it didn't compile. At least C make us happy now. What's the first error? SQLite 3 undeclared identifier. Really? Oh, well, I didn't include SQLite, did I? Could fix that. Technically, then the tests depend on SQLite also, right? So I should list that. Oh, I am listing it. The outer one, yeah. Okay, so I already thought of that. So what's the problem? A static data member with an in-class. Okay, so one of those complicated errors that I could probably see by inspection. That's a vector of strings, so what's wrong with that? Oh, because it's static. I'm not going to care about the static. Okay, DB file path should be default DB file path. Okay, unresolved symbol, serialized database. Oops. No, unresolved symbol SQLite 3 serialize. Why would that be unresolved? Uh-oh. SQLite 3 serialize not always available? Where was that? Right here. This interface is only available if it's compiled with SQLite enable deserialize option. So, okay, I guess we need to enable that. Future releases might enable them by default and instead offer or omit to leave them out. Okay, so we have to actually enable it. So I'll do that in the CMake list for SQLite. And then I need to force it on in the main one in order to get this to work. So, where is it? This one? Right. Options. This is old. I updated this in another project and I didn't pull the latest in. Yeah, it's old. Look at that. I didn't pull it in. SQLite get pull. Now it's new. Okay, so this option enables this compiler option. The SQLite enabled, thank you for that follow. SQLite enabled deserialize, what are we going to call this? Compile time symbol, which will pull in the implementation of serialize and deserialize interfaces. That's a comment. Make them comments. Okay. So, this is how it works. We say option, and I can name it whatever I want. So let's include serialization. SQLite include, or define to enable serialization. And we'll default it to off, right? So then, what I need to do is down here where I'll, just like I did it for the JSON 1 extension, we'll say if this option is on, then add a compile time definition, which is this one. There, right? And then I got to override it in my main project. Well, the project for, yeah, the main project, I have to override that to get it to work for me. But this is for everyone else. In general, it'll be off, and then we want to force it on for us. So the way I do that is with one of these sets. Force. So I'm going to do that in alphabetical order. It would be here, right? SQLite. So add the subdirectory first. And then I'm going, oh, actually, no, before that I got to do the set. So set this one on cache bool, and then I'm going to copy the same text here because I don't know a way to not to have it inherit. I don't know how to do that. Basically, it's got to override it with on instead of off. All right, and then I got to remove the other add subdirectory, this one, and then I got to build again. So now SQLite should have it, and now it links. Great. Cool. Let's run the test. Why do you not see the test? There it is. Run it. It failed. What's the output? No such table in PC. Interesting. It failed in Execute statement. Oh, okay, so there's something wrong in one of my statements then. Oh, it's NPCs. Look at that. So we verified that SQLite gives us the right error messages, at least. Let's run it again. Ooh. It's a really long serialization. Okay. What's the difference? Who knows? Okay, it didn't work. Well, bummer. I was hoping that the serialization would just work. Okay, what if we just make another test to verify the serialization is consistent? So this would be don't do that. Just reconstruct exactly the same database, right? And then verify that it's the same. No. So we're gonna call this one verify SQLite serialization is, what's the term? Consistent? Bit exact? For same database state. There we go. I like this term bit exact. They used that in my last job to say that you run something twice and you get exactly the same bits out. And we can't. It doesn't work. All right, well, shoot. Guess we can't look at the serialization. Yeah, we get a different file. Wait, what is this? Already exists? What? What? I thought it told it to blow away the file. Oh, it's using the default file. Okay, that's bad. Should be using that. Maybe that's the problem. Okay, that was the problem. So was create table going to work? No. Right, it's not going to work because we should not have it print out the serialization though because it's humongous. So I'm going to change it from an expect equal to expect true that they're equal. Expect true that they compare equally. So they'll just say that they're not equal. Okay, good. So yeah, this makes sense because the create table doesn't actually do anything yet. All right, so we need to implement that. Create table, right? So essentially, I'm just going to be building a SQL statement and executing it, right? So part of it's static, and then we're going to be building that. So let's use the builder pattern. Going to use sstream. And down here, we're going to make a O-string stream columns? Sure. And we're going to have a bool first, column is true. We're going to have for const auto column definition in table definition.column definitions. If not first column, then columns shift in a comma, because we have a comma between there. In fact, we can even make it look pretty. Comma space. There we go. Thank you for that follow. Okay, and then first column is false. All right, and then we want to push out the name, space, and then the type, and then if there's a key, say primary key. So first goes the name, columns, column definition dot name. Then the type, right? So let's do a switch on the type. Column definition dot type. Oh, it's a string. Oh. So I can't do a switch. How do I design this? Oh, DB specific metadata? So I just put in the type then. So it's just name space column definition type. Okay, and then if column definition dot is key, then shift out primary key. Right? So far, so good? I think so. And then when we're done, we're going to execute a statement. So I had a convenient execute statement thing here, right? Execute statement, yeah. Can I just make a copy of this? That would be swell. I can't believe I just used the word swell. All right, and then put that here. Okay. Instead of failing, what do we want to do? I guess return it? Sure. Return. If the statement resulted in an error, a string describing the error is returned. Otherwise, an empty string is returned. Alrighty then, so I just do return that, right? And then here it's return empty string. Swell, far out, man. Groovy. So this should be standard string. Are we including string header? No, I am not. Include string. There we go. Okay. I think that's what I need, right? That's all I need to do here. I just need to say, actually, this doesn't return any error indication. Yeah, so we don't actually need the error result. Execute statement. Impl db, and then the statement. The statement looks like what again? Actually, if I can build it from left to right, so I can not call this columns, I call it statement. And I can begin the statement with, actually, can I do that in a constructor without, instead of, I don't even need to shift it out, right? I can say create table. I'd rather do it with shifts. Create table, table name, space, open parentheses. And at the end, statement. I think we just need a close parentheses, right? So a single character close parentheses. So executing the statement is statement.string. So this is the builder pattern where this oString stream is our builder, and it's building a string. It's a string builder. The str method at the end emits the string that we built by shifting it out. It works the same way that C++ output streams in general work. You shift out things, and it's instead of printing them, it's assembling them into a string. I am going from unstructured JSON to a relational database. Yeah, so my game snapshot right now, let's pull in a copy of it so I can show you. Paste it there, it's JSON, and then collapse it all. This is just in my test environment, not even in production. It's 11,000 lines. In production, it's like 10 times as big. And the bulk of it is in the entity component system, which is broken into basically a table per type of component. So for example, the capabilities component just has one column called, well, two columns. The entity is the key, and one column called M for movement capability, and it's a bit mask. So this table would have two columns, right? And for character, there are more. There are there's the same entity key, but then there are these other columns. So this it's not exactly unstructured JSON. It's structured, but the structure doesn't. Number one, the structure doesn't exactly match what a relational database would be. So I got to move things around. Like this C needs to go away, and these need to be combined with the entity. But yeah, the other thing is just the fact that it's all in one huge friggin' file. It takes a long time to parse and a long time to write, and we have to rewrite the entire file every time we change even one thing. So right now, the game doesn't even do that on every write. It caches a lot of stuff in memory, and when the game journal gets sufficiently large, then it'll generate a new snapshot. And that takes like several seconds of time. A large amount of the game's CPU cycles are spent reconstructing this file constantly. So I'd rather not have to do that anymore. So that's what we're working on. So I made basically I have a plan that I will just frequently flip to for new viewers. So right now my game writes straight to JSON and reads it back too. These are the migration steps. I did that last 2 streams. So we introduced a database interface so that the game can now depend on an interface only and not know that it's going on to JSON. But we'll still have it go to JSON at the beginning. Then I want to have another implementation of that interface that goes to SQLite. That's what I'm doing today. I'm implementing my abstract database interface in terms of SQLite, so that when I can plug it into the game instead of JSON at a certain point. Would it make sense to flatten the JSON data first? Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm going to need to massage the data anyway, like I was just showing. The fact that there's this extra C level, I need that, and that needs to be flattened out. It needs to look like this in order to fit, right? Because the table would have each of these. If this is a row, then every field is a column. Then we can fit it into the database. But if there's this extra level, it doesn't quite fit. And then there are other things in this file too, like these oddball key values, right? So I was talking to a few other Twitch streamers and people in Discord last night about this, and there are 2 options that people generally recommended. One is to pull these out of the database completely and have these stored as a separate JSON file, which we could do. I mean, you don't need a database for simple key values. We could just have a JSON file next to the database. Let the database handle the bulk of it. As you can see, it's the bulk of the file anyway, and we can just keep our JSON file snapshot for these standalone values. The other option is to make a table with key values and just shove those all in there. So I haven't decided what to do there. There are some other tables as well that have to do with outside of the game data. So there's like what emails are need to be sent by the server, metrics that the servers are tracking, like number of logins, the amount of CPU time averaged over the number of servers in the cluster, that kind of thing. And then there's the player records, so which has everything you might expect for a player, like what's the hash of their password, what's their email address, what's their name, how many points in my channel do they have, what version of the terms of service have they consented to, stuff like that. And this would, I think, be just another table where each of these is another row. Some of the stuff is ephemeral, though, like server ID, we wouldn't store in the database because it doesn't make sense when the game is offline for there to be a server ID entry for a player. This means what server are they connected to right now. So some of the stuff I need to take out of the schema anyway, because they don't need to be persisted. They would be part of the snapshot, though. Actually, so maybe it would be in this database, but it would always be 0 when the game is offline. No, take that back. It needs to be in the database because other servers need to see, when they get a copy of it, they need to see that it's connected to someone else. Why did I decide SQL over NoSQL? Because I have a lot of relational data, right? That's one reason. And then the other reason is I don't really know NoSQL. This, to me, fits a relational database model of these are rows, right? And then the M here and the E are both columns. So it seems to me it fits pretty well. But I'm not fully decided. If I were to learn NoSQL, maybe I would change my mind. I try not to make decisions too early or to make decisions permanent. I try to make preliminary decisions if anything, and then have some room to go back and change if I'm wrong. because I expect to fail a lot, and my failures are going to teach me what incorrect decisions I made, and I need to be able to go back and change them. I don't know MongoDB, so I have this list of databases, and NoSQL is not on there per se, is it? We can add it to the list. Let's add it to the list. All these databases I should learn about. But I have MongoDB on the list. I just don't know it. It's a JSON-style database. That's cool. I just don't know if that's going to be better than SQLite for me. SQLite is the leading candidate because it fits a lot of my requirements really well, and a bunch of people recommended it. So I was going to make that the first attempt. But then, yeah, we'll probably want to test it side by side with Postgres, like someone was saying earlier. Who was that? Squiddy? Was saying Postgres is faster than SQLite, right? Well, let's do a Postgres implementation of my database interface and measure it to see if it's faster than SQLite. Maybe I'll learn that my database interface is designed wrong. I need to go back and change my mind and decision on something. So maybe I decide relational database completely is wrong and I would go to NoSQL. I don't really know yet. If I knew all the answers, then I would just write the end solution now and make money. But I don't. So a lot of this is experimental to see if what sticks and what I need to learn. Does that make sense? So kind of like an iterative process where I don't know exactly what I need, so I'm going to try something like SQLite, see if it works out. The game right now is running with JSON because I'm like, let's try JSON and see if that works. And it does work up to a certain point at which it becomes very expensive, and so now we got to change the design. Okay, I guess we're running that and making sure it works. It doesn't work because we've hit an exception. What exception did we hit? The free here. Oh, because it's null. Wait a minute. What was the managed error? It wasn't okay? Oh, will it return back something other than SQLite okay? Let's see what it's returning. So let's grab that const auto result equals that. And then we can just look at that in the debugger when it does crash. Please resume debugging. Thank you. What's the error what's the result that we got? 21. What's okay? Is 0. What's 21? Misuse. Library used incorrectly. I wonder how. Did we not open it? Oh, I think I might not have opened it first. I think the setup does not open it. No, this opens it, right? Oh, no, we opened our own private copy of it. Yeah. Okay, I didn't do this right. After serializing, we should tell the... I have two things named DB, don't I? The main DB... It doesn't exist? What? Oh, no, here. That's named DB, so what do I want to call the other DB? DB init. Because that's a temporary, right? And then we have to open the real DB. Open default DB file path. And we're ignoring the return value right now. There we go. It'd be a hassle to implement for 100 different DBs to test out, or is SQLite a good hunch? It's just a good hunch. It would be a hassle to try 100 different DBs. What probably would happen, Mars Raptor, is I would weed down. I would read a little bit about every database here. I would read enough to maybe classify it as a relational database or a key value database. So then I'd put it into two sets, right? Or maybe there's a third. Maybe there's other sets for databases which are just exotic, right? So I first categorize these databases. I learn a little bit about each one, and then I try to pick the ones that are maybe easy to eliminate right off the bat. Like, for example, MSQL. I might eliminate that almost right away when I go to their website and see that it costs like $1 bajillion to license. I'd be like, nope, I want a free version of a database. So a lot of these might be crossed off because they simply aren't free, and like this one probably will be crossed off because of that. So I would try to eliminate them as early as possible. They could be eliminated because they cost too much. They could be eliminated because they don't fit my architecture very well. Maybe I can't even build it on Windows or Linux or both, right? If it requires that the database engine be run as a separate process, it's probably going to eliminate quite a few of these because that's a requirement that I've set. I want the database to be the database engine to be built into the server. Now, if that eliminates too many things, then I could relax that constraint and say, okay, well, we can let the database live as a second process, but let's give preference to databases that don't need to handle more than one client, for example. So SQLite works really well with a single client, which is exactly my architecture. I don't need all the exotic features that some of these other databases provide, like transactions, backups, locks, that kind of thing. We don't need that. Basically the same in implementation fields, so the list isn't that long. Yeah, so that a lot of these could be eliminated simply because they're just the same as something else. So if I pick MySQL, for example, and if most everyone agrees Postgres and MySQL are comparable, then I don't need to try both. I can just try one, right? Or maybe try enough of the other to verify that it is comparable, and then just drop it off the list. So yeah, I wouldn't exhaustively implement every single one. I try to weed down the number to a small set. Maybe 3 or 4 candidates, right? And then try those. This is assuming I have time to do this, and that's a big assumption. Okay, let's see if this works now that it actually starts the database up. No. The error is that it didn't get the same serialization. It should though, right? I wonder if it doesn't matter if I say int versus integer. So what if I say integer and I say text here? Will that matter? Maybe. Okay, so it does matter. The exact type name matters here. So if I say int and text, this will be int and text. That's what it's saying? Yes. Okay, cool. Glad we're in agreement. All right. So continue on then. I think I'm just going to basically go to the JSON version of this, pin that, and then just like for every test there was in the JSON one, I'll have equivalent one for SQLite, except for the open stuff, because I'm not sure how to do that. So we had create table. Next would be describe tables. That goes here. All right, describe tables in SQLite database tests. So we ask it to describe the tables. We should get this back, right? Fair enough. Run that, and it's going to fail because we get no schema back because it's not implemented yet. All right, describe tables. So I need to find out how in SQL can we get the schema out. Need to find out how to do that. Actually, you know what? Before I go much further, maybe I can try what Nui was saying before about in-memory databases. That would That might be a good thing to try now. So yeah, let me do that. This comment that Nui made. You can use file colon memdb1 mode cached as the name, right? So if I use that instead of test2.db, so basically this. But then I have to open it with a certain attribute, don't I? Based off of what this said. You have experience with compilers? Yeah. I made my own compiler for a tool that I wrote to parse data. You want to see my syntax? See if I can find it. It's, let's close all this stuff. It would be under E drive right now. Projects, and what did I call it? It was, did I put it here? The data disintegrator. Yes. Decompose? No, not decompose. I call it the data disintegrator because it takes data and disintegrates it into its elements. Formatting, I think. Okay, here we go. Here's the lex file. And then here's the yak file. And let me show you an example syntax. I probably have one of those around here somewhere. Where would I put it? Oh, for the older incarnation of my game, I think I have one of these. Worlds, maybe? I can't remember. I'll find it in a minute. Oh, maybe I put it under a different directory. It's been a long time. It's been over 2 years. 3 years. You're very interested in this field. Should you master C, C++, assembly, and what else? It's if you're interested in it. I mean, you do what you like to do. Oh, this might be it. Aha. Yeah. Okay, so here's the world format. So I made a language that it's inspired by how MPEG 4 is specified in the standards documents. So they make the file format for MPEG 4 and also the stream format described in a C-like syntax, and it really attracted me at the time when I was learning it. I'm like, hey, what if I made a language that looks like this, and then the compiler could generate an abstract syntax tree that a parser could use to parse whatever format you could specify. So that's exactly what I did. So the language is pretty simple. This is how you parse a world element, and a world is a SUI, which is a signed unsigned integer. No. Serialized unsigned integer? That means there should be a sub-syntax for that. Yeah. So a serialized unsigned integer there is a bit that says it's the more bit, and then you have, this is a built-in unsigned integer. This means you'll have 7 bits that go into an unsigned integer, and then it repeats. So if the first bit is a 1, then you'll have a UI field, and then you'll have another more bit. And if that's a 1, you'll have a UI, and then another more bit. And if that's a 0, you'll have one final UI, and then you're done. So this parses a variable length integer where the most significant bit of every byte says if there's another byte after it. Let me show you something even simpler. The serialized string. It's just a serialized unsigned integer length followed by a string whose length is the length times 8 bits, because everything was in bits. So you see, it looks like code, but it's really just specification for a file format. So the lexer, the interesting parts of the lexer are, I guess, down in here. Reserved words. The lexer's not too interesting. It's just what symbols become what operators, right? It's turning your input string of characters into tokens. I guess the more interesting one is the yak file. And there, we have our grammar rules. Yes, so formats. A format is an identifier, and then an optional ID list, and then a brace, and then statements, and then a right brace. And then, like, what are statements, for example? Statements are, it's a chain of statement. And a statement is a statement body. And a statement, I forget why I had broke this up. Anyway, a statement body could be a part specification, an ignore specification, a conditional logic, a for loop. So this is how you specify the grammar of a language for Bison, or GNU Bison, or Yak. It's basically you give grammar rules with tokens, and then this is what code to insert when this grammar is parsed and detected by the parser of the compiler. So this you run this with Bison Yak, and you run the Lexer with Flex, and it emits code for you that you then link with other things to compile programs. And again, the programs look like this, right? So this compiles, this will make a compiler that will take a file like this and generate a nice abstract syntax tree for a parser. So I had a lot of fun doing that, and I still intend to use that. If I ever work with binary formats, I'll use my parser to be able to read them, kind of like Wireshark. That's my experience with compilers. I learned it first in college. There's a compiler class, and I really like that class. Did I write assembly? I did write an assembler a long time ago for the x86. Assemblers aren't as interesting because they are, it's just one instruction per line, and you're just turning the assembly language into machine opcodes and arguments. It's not as interesting, but it's useful, I suppose. I don't really code in assembly. I know some people who do, though. Yorkenheimer? Am I saying his name right? He writes 6502 assembly for the Nintendo Entertainment System, like pretty much every time he streams. I don't use assembly in general because I prefer to build larger systems where I need to port it to different platforms, and then I'll let the compiler generate the assembly for me. Okay, I wanted to see, can I just make the file name that, or do I need to do something special here? Oh, I have to say memory. Oh, and shared cache. Is that what we're ending up doing? Mode memory, cache shared. Yeah, file, and so we're just naming it. So I can name this whatever I want, right? Test2. Test2, sure. Name it Test2. I don't know, this just works. It shouldn't create a file called test2, but who knows? Let's see if it does it. So let's see if it actually created a file. That would be in SQLite, no, build, SQLite, there. We should create it here under test. Oh, there is something called file. So that didn't quite work. Writing assembly for 6502 is more fun than writing assembly for current processors. Yeah, because it's an 8-bit computer. It's really hard to use large numbers with an 8-bit computer. You have to fragment your integers into multiple pieces and assemble them and all this stuff. Okay, so that didn't quite work. It made a file called file. So I'm missing something, I think. This is probably what you copied from Nui, right? File, and then... I mean, I guess I can try that literal name, memdb1. What? That's a lot of gift subs. 20 gifted subs? Oh my goodness. God damn, what are you doing? That's like more subs than I've ever had ever. And I see some people I recognize as receiving the gifted subs, but there's also, I think, some bots in there that just got subbed too. All right, well, welcome everybody to the channel. Thank you again. Thank you again, Gadam. Wasn't even in chat and you got a sub. Wow. Crazy. Now you are in chat. I forgot to say hi to a few people. Sweeku. And Chevalton. Yes, thank you to Gadam for all the gifted subs. Mars Raptor, I forgot to say hi to. And Sose Wheel. Sose Wheel, I get it. I get that name. Clever name. Sose Wheel. You, right. You were just talking about assembly. Hold on. Let me find your chat so I can say hi. There we go. Tim Bodette, how are you doing today? Tim, did you see it just now? Gadam just gifted 20 subs to me. Running 6502 for NES, it's a fun experience. Yeah, I agree. I like, it's Zorkenheimer, that's his name. Zorkenheimer, I like his stream, because he, it's very different from what I normally do, and it looks pretty fun. Okay. You missed the fun then? I don't have a nifty overlay like you do, Tim. It just says up there somewhere that Gadam just gifted 20 gift subs. By the way, you guys should check out Tim Bodette's channel too. When, maybe later when I'm not streaming. Tim Bodette's got a good stream too. Alright, I'm going to run these tests and make sure that it didn't create a file called... Okay, it's still creating a file called file. Hold on, maybe it's because I ran it again after... Aww, thank you, Gadam. Now Tim Bodette is a gifted sub turtle. I appreciate that. Poggers indeed. It's creating a file called file, I think because of that. Oh, wait. Am I using that with the file system to create something, maybe? It should only do it here to destroy it. Yeah. All right. Oh, thank you, Gadam. Just remember, Gadam, you don't have to do the gifted subs. It's only if you want to. I don't ask for donations, although I really appreciate them. I get enough from you guys just being in chat and contributing and hanging out. So never feel like you need to sub, but it always is very much appreciated. And I feel a little bit guilty that I don't give back to subs enough. But I figure that later when I get more stuff into my game, then we'll retroactively reward all the subs and everything. Like, for example, Gadam definitely not only has probably a special NPC and monument to him in the game, we're probably going to have to make a special area of the game just for Gadam at this point, because that's a lot of contribution. In fact, Gadam, if you have any idea what you want in the game, just send them to me in Discord, and yeah, it'll be shortlisted. Is that the term? It'll be shunted to the top of the list probably. We'll have to do it. Yeah, because I wanna make sure that when you contribute to the stream, that you get something back of comparable or more value than what you give me. So I want to find out why this is creating a file called file. You know what I could do is I could put a breakpoint right before it executes that line. Reconstruct database, and I can see when it gets created. So debug. Does the file exist now? No. Step over one line. Does it exist now? No. Does it exist now? I feel like that in that movie UHF where the blind guy is doing the Rubik's Cube and he says, "Is this it? No. Is this it? Oops, I went up. I did a dir. Is this it? Oh, this is creating a, not the file path. Okay, so let's go until it actually creates one that says file in the name. Okay, there we go. Is this it? No. Is this it? No. Is this it? Yes. Okay. So I must be using the wrong function to open it. Do I need to have 2 colons? Is that the problem? URI file name. How do I do a URI file name without it creating a file called file? It's creating a file called file. Okay. Maybe this documentation is wrong. I'm literally doing the same string here, right? Let's follow that back up. Yeah, this thing is the string file colon memdb1 question mark mode equals memory and cache equals shared. I'm doing with SQLite 3 open, as you can see here. What am I missing? Colon, colon, not colon? Then why do their two examples here have one colon there? If the unadorned memory name is used to specify the in-memory data, then the database always has a private cache. However, the same in-memory data can open by 2 or more databases like that. Or attach that. If 2 or more distinct but shareable in-memory databases are needed, then the mode memory can be used with the URI file name to create a named in-memory database. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could try with that, and then it hopefully won't create a file named that. Part of you want oof? Okay. In that Magden content. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm doing the wrong thing, but you know, I learn from making mistakes. I should put that in on my overlay somewhere. We are making mistakes here to learn. Drink vodka, play Daka. Oof, exactly. Hi. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. Oh, even though a disk file is allocated for each temporary database, in practice it resides... So is it... So why is it naming it file, though? I don't know. Let's just try naming it, memory. Memory. And see what it does. I'm not even getting into that level yet, Toulouse. It's literally, in the setup here, when it is, calling this reconstruct database, it is going to, SQLite 3 open. And it's at that point that we're, in fact, I can verify that. It's at that point that it's creating that file on disk, even though the path is supposed to be an in-memory database. Let's do that again. So, debug. So that's an actual database on disk, so we're going to continue. This is the in-memory one, right? So we're sitting here. Let's get rid of the old file. We're sitting here, that's what the files we have, and I just step one level over, so that's F10. Right? It looks like we get an error. There's an error. It doesn't like that word memory. What's the error message? Unable to open database file. Okay. I guess we can't use what they had in that example then. Or maybe I don't have mode equals memory. I don't know. I'm stabbing in the dark here now. So no mode equals memory, just cache equals shared. Well, let's try it. Oh, thank you, drink vodka. I didn't drink vodka yesterday, I drank whiskey. I hope that's okay with you. Happen to be into Jameson's these days. Vodka, not so much. My apologies. Okay, what's the file path? That, and then go. And what's the file path now? File, memory, cache equals shared. Step. It doesn't like it. What does it say? Unable to open database file. Well, yeah, because it doesn't exist yet. I know, heresy. Nice glass of whiskey after a long day, yeah. I just got a new bottle of Jameson's from Costco yesterday. We were out. It was sad. But now we have a big bottle from Costco. Maybe I need to read about in URI file names. Maybe it's something I need to enable. Oh, there we go. Disabled by default. Looks like I need another option. They can be enabled or disabled using SQLite use URI equals 1. Okay then. Oh, the compile time setting can be changed at start time using the config. Maybe that's what I should do instead. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that indeed here. So hold on. Let me do this. Organize my thoughts here and my windows. Why do I have this window still open? Yeah. Excuse me. I don't need that anymore. We can do this in setup, right? We can call it multiple times. Why not? So let's do it here. They say to call SQLite 3 config. All right, and then the integer is SQLite config URI 1. Let's see what it does. That could be it, indeed. And I got rid of my breakpoint. Why did I do that? Open database. Let's put a breakpoint back there, and let's run the debugger. And wait until it gets to a in-memory file URI. There it is. Okay. It didn't fail that time. It didn't create a file either. Neat. So will it actually work? It did not. Probably because I need to go back and do the shared thing, right? It's probably creating a different instance every time. That's my guess. Oh, where'd I put that name? Memory. Okay. So set it back to mode equals memory. So give it a name. Test2, and its mode equals memory. Cache equals share, and then try it again. Huzzah! Still broke. Feels bad, man. Yeah, it's not working. Oh, wait. We can't destroy it, can we? So my destroy isn't going to work. Shoot. How do we... Can I tell it to destroy one? Can I, like, drop it or something? Drop database? I guess I can make a new name every time? I chose SQLite for a couple of reasons, Tim. So here's a list of databases we came up with. I know it's kind of hard to read because it's a little bit dark, but SQLite ended up being a candidate because a couple of people, well, someone said beware backupping, but I don't. We don't actually need to worry about that because I'm not doing backups. But yeah, Cat Peasant recommended it. A couple other people recommended it too. It fits well with the way I am making every member of the game cluster have its own copy of the data anyway. So it allows me to embed the database engine directly into the game server and not have to have a separate database that we start up and shut down. So there's less overhead. But it's not like I've closed the door on any other databases. If these other databases prove better in some way that overcomes the maybe the cons of having to set things up more overhead, then I might switch to something else. But it's something I got working like in only a few hours, so yeah. It's working so far, except for this weird thing with the in-memory. So what I've been doing for reconstruct is destroying the old file. I can't do that if it's in memory, so the question is, how do I destroy an in-memory database? Can I just use a drop database? I should have made a tab that holds on to the language. Lang. There we go. Well. I was hoping there would be a way to just dump it all. You know, I think it's more trouble than it's worth. Maybe I just go back to using a a file. I do appreciate Nui teaching me how to do that, though, but I can't easily just delete the old database. Like, these tests need to constantly delete the old ones. File. File. There we go. Let's name it, let's go back to naming it test2.db. So that means I don't need this line here. I mean, that was an educational side trip. That's fine. I don't mind. Going back to describe tables, I need to figure out how to get this one to be implemented. How do we get the metadata for a table? That's probably in here, right? What's analyze? Gather statistics. Nope. I don't think it's actually one of these commands. I think there's like an internal table that we're supposed to read. How long have I been going? 2.5 hours? I should take a break in a minute. Yeah, I think there is a secret table. I'm just trying to remember where I saw that. Because looking through this last night. Let's not need that tab anymore. Can I go? Don't need that anymore. Don't need that. That was working. Let's make a new tab to the documentation and look for this. Did I see it under frequently asked questions maybe? And where was that document? Overview? Yeah, here we go. Metadata. Nope. Schema. Yeah, how do I list all the tables contained in a database? There it is. There's a special table called SQLite master. It defines the schema. Where do we get the columns? Well, I guess we can play around with the test thing. Let's play around with the database. We can drop it if we're done. Okay, so that's SQLite 3, right? And then I can say open test DB. Open test DB. And then I can say select all from SQLite master. Okay, cool. So there's a table called KKV. Oh. So it gives us that, and maybe I need to parse that. So look for the parentheses, and then chop it at the commas. And then see if primary key is in there, and then chop it at the first space. I can separate it by spaces. And then I'd see the name and the type. That's all I really need, right? Okay, I think I know how to do this. So we would do a specialized query. We would do select. Actually, how do we get what the names are? They told us what it was, right? Select SQL from SQLite master where type equals table. There we go. That's what I want. Surely there must be a cleaner way? Cleaner than parsing the SQL? Because that's what this is sort of indicating. That the SQL is the schema. It's the text of the original create table or create index that created it. Thank you for the follow. Shared cache is always disabled for in-memory database if unadorned memory is used. Oh, that's, well, I think it actually failed because I wasn't clearing out the database between each test. Well, this is how they answer how do you list all the tables, so I think this is what we have to do for SQLite. So, yeah, let's do it. So, I am going to need to step through this, right? Hold on. How did this work again? Execute. Can I just use that? No, we should just make a prepared statement, shouldn't we? Yeah, I should just prepare a statement. I'll prepare a statement for the press. What would it return the correct schema if you update the table? I don't think you can. Well, I guess we can test that. You can alter the table. Let's see what happens. Let's say, okay, we can rename and we can add. So let's say we added a table. Alter table NPCs. And what do we say? Add column. Add column. And then a column def is column name type. And we can only do that once. Okay, so add column, I don't know, what do we have columns now? Name, job, I don't know. Think of something. How about hostile? Boolean. There we go, and then we do this again. Okay, yeah, see, it updated the create table. So they use create tables SQL statements as schema in this database. All right, it convinces me. So I just need to figure out, do I want to prepare a statement or not? Do I have a prepared... Every time I say prepared statement, I think of like talking to the press and the media. Yes, we have a prepared statement. Pragma table info table name might be something. I guess I can look at that. Pragma table info. Let's see what it does. Pragma table info. So we could do the first thing just to get the table names, I guess. So I can, instead of selecting SQL, I could just do select name. So KV, right? That's a little bit nicer, isn't it? What does it actually return? How do I see the names of the columns? Would that be in the CLI documentation, actually? New tab. I have so many tabs open. Where, okay, tools, command line shell. Is there a way to get the column names? Names. I don't know. Let's do a Google search. Or a Bing search. SQLite 3 get column names. Well, how to get column names from how do I phrase this? From select? Get column names from select. Yeah. Headers on? What is that? I guess we can try that. Is that what I need? Headers on? Oh, there we go. We got the header. So it's name and type. Okay. Easy. Does that mean I can say, can I? Yeah. So pragma acts like a select. Is that what this means? Right. It's specific to SQLite, which is okay. I guess that's what I'll do. I'm gonna look at the second and third columns, or I could get it by name, right? Yeah, okay. I still want to make a prepared statement, so I want to pull in the definition of that from one of my playgrounds. Where was that? Main.cpp, playground 1, sure. Build statement. I want that here. No, here? Here's fine. Build statement. Prepared statement. What is a prepared statement? It's a unique pointer to a SQLite state3 statement with a deleter that closes it. And this is a little bit off, isn't it? There. Okay, so this should work, right? So I just need to do a build statement. I guess we can do that in open. Yeah, let's make some prepared statements. Get schema. Sure, we can do it here. Impl get schema is build statement. Okay, the database connection is impl db. And the statement is what I had prepared down here. It's pragma table info and then question mark. Let's put those on different lines. Okay, so that gets me the get schema. I just need to bind the name of the table now. So, oh, and I also need to list the table. Do I need to list the tables? Yes, I need to get the list of tables. So that was select name from SQLite master, where type equals table. Yes. Okay, so that's another prepared statement that I need. Where's my list? Okay, let's call it get table schema, and we'll have another prepared statement for get tables, table names. All right, so that we're constructing that one too. I renamed that get table schema. Okay, get table names. It was select name from SQLite master where type equals table. Okay, and then let's see if we can execute it here. And what did the Playground app do to execute statements? I don't need to bind it. I just stepped, right? What is that exactly? Done an error. Why did I do it that way? That was just for convenience, right? I suppose I'll just copy that since it worked out so well. In fact, I can get the error message, right? Yes. Okay. So then up here, build statement. Let's try to keep these in alphabetical order. So that's B for build, G for get. So E comes for, yeah, E comes before that. And then this would come later. Let me move this. Actually, that should go with it. Right. Okay. Then let's move execute statement up before get column definition. Do I need get column definition? I don't know if I do. Let's just get rid of it. I don't think I actually need it. Get column definition. No, nothing needs it. All right. Easy. So given a prepared statement, we step it. And then I can get the error out here, right? In fact, they want me to free it. if it's not an error, right? Is that correct? No. That's for exec. This one is different, right? It's SQLite 3 error message. I thought I did that. Did I not? Oh, maybe I did in the unit test. SQLite 3 error message. Yeah, I did do that there. Okay. Paste that there and say results.error equals... Okay, so it's just that. Oh, we need the database for that. I can make it a separate thing. We'll retrieve the error. Yeah. Get, let's call it get last error or something like that. Standard string get last database error. Const database connection db. It's just return that. db.get. There we go. Okay, and then actually that's fine. So I just need step statement. Oh, don't I need to be able to reset these things? Hold on. Hold on, Raimu. Don't go so fast. Yeah, how do you reset it when you're done? That's to destroy it. I don't want to destroy it. Let's see if they talk about it here. It should not be called again without first calling reset to reset the virtual machine back to its initial state. Let me look up reset. It's used to reset a prepared statement back to its initial state, ready to be re-executed. Any variables that had values bound to them retain their values. Use clear bindings to reset the bindings. That's fine. If the step indicates an error, then the reset returns the appropriate error code. Okay. So I really don't care what it returns. What is test pub sub for 1 million? That was a few streams ago where I was implementing Twitch pub sub and I needed a way to generate an event, and I didn't want people to spam it. So I didn't get to webhooks, but I did the pub sub. So I made a channel. That was a custom channel point redemption that I could try out to see if it would show up in my game's log. So I'm still not done with this. I need to go back and finish it, but that's an artifact of that old work from looks like it was 7 days ago. It was last week. Okay. I should just delete that. I don't really need it anymore, right? Because it's just going to distract people. Let me get rid of it. Manage rewards. Here we go. Manage rewards. Custom rewards. Trash the test, the pub sub. It's gone. There we go. Cleaned up after it. It was easy to add. I can add it back. Add it back, delete it. I just wasted a GUID, Toulouse. I guess I'll have to buy another pack of 100. Hey there, St. Lucifer. Pregnant table. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you said that... you said that 7 minutes ago. I just never said hi. Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm deep in the middle of trying to write an adapter for SQLite to work with an interface I defined for my game. Describe tables we want. I want to be able to reset the statement. Let's make a wrapper for the reset statement. Reset statement. Taking a prepared statement. It's just going to call that reset thing I just found, right? And I don't care about the results. SQLite 3 reset statement get. Yeah. Okay, so then we're going to do that first. We're going to say impl... No, it's just reset statement. Reset statement, impl, get table names, and then execute statement, right? Oh, wait, I need the results. So, and I don't need to bind anything, so it's while... step statement. Oh, I remember doing this in one of these? Okay, it wasn't in this one. Main.cpp play 2. Yeah, I did it this way. It's sort of a funky construction, but it was growing on me. Where here's where we're going to put the results. And then we have this weird loop where we are going to a step that get table name statement, and then check if the done flag is set, and if it's not, then we go into the loop, and we do that every loop. So using the comma operator, the way the comma operator works is it evaluates everything from left to right, and the value of the rightmost thing is the evaluation of the entire expression. So we want this to be what while checks, but we also want to execute the side effect of that. If that makes sense. So you don't often see a comma separated list in a while, but that's what it does. Do that, then evaluate that as the condition for the loop. Every loop. And did I want to check for errors in here? Yes. What should the error do? If it's an error, then what? We don't have diagnostics right now. I kind of would want that. I guess pretend that there's no more. So it would just be a break. So then I could just say not done and not error. And then I don't need to check that. Let's just do that. So while we get one, then I have to get the results out. So we did that. Where? Fetch this columns thing, right? I think I will continue the trend of making wrappers. So we'll have like a get column for in this case it's going to be string. So standard string get column text, and then it's a, what is it? It's a prepared statement that we get it from, and we return. Let me find where I did the string version of that. This one. Yeah, see, I already did it. What's the index? Oh, that's which column. I need that too, don't I? So I need which column. So it's int, right? Yeah, column index. I'd rather call it column index. All right, and then here's the body. Column index there. We'll make these on different lines to artificially inflate my line count number. Just kidding. Get column text. Finally, we are getting a table name. So we're ultimately just forming a vector of strings, right? Table names. And we're going to say table names push back get column text step statement. No. Get table names 0. Okay. And then we're done. Oh, I need to reset this statement. What am I doing? Reset statement. Get table names. Okay. We should have... Oh, I already did it up there. What am I doing? Let's have a comment for this. Get a list of the names of the tables in the database. next would be get the list of, how does that work? I have a statement per table, right? Yeah, pragma table info. Okay, get the list of columns for each table. You did get a free sub from Gadam. Gadam is ultra generous. I think everybody who was watching pretty much got a sub. How are you doing today, Mr. Demon Wolf? Other than having a free sub, which you can use to start spamming my wave if you wish on other channels without having to unlock it with mana. Okay, so actually I don't need to put the table names because we're just going to make table definitions. Tables. And then here we're going to have, this is really just a vector, a map of table definition. Okay, so we're going to have a table definition. And then we're going to end up doing tables, and then the name of the table equals standard move table at the end, right? We should, I need this name anyway after here, so let's get a copy of it. Const auto table name equals that. Then the table name is there. And then in between here, we got to get the list of tables. So I don't really need, I don't need these comments. What am I doing? I don't need these comments. Comments are for chumps. But do you still have your Mr. Demon sanity? Do I have my sanity? I don't know. I might not be sane anymore. Let's see. Right. I want to reset this other statement. Impl. Get table schema. Right? And before I step through it, I need to bind it. So that's another thing I had in this prototype code. I had the bind statement parameter. And I'm going to bring that into here. Bind comes from for build, alphabetically. All right. And this works with strings, which is perfect. Exactly what we need. Yes, so bind statement parameter, and the prepared statement is get table schema. The index, I believe this was 1 based? Yeah. It's 1 based, which is weird. And the value is the table name. Because this get table schema has a parameter right there. Alrighty. Database stuff was scary in the start for you, now it's pretty easy. I think for me the trick is to build up these abstractions, these helpers, so that I don't have to deal with all this like database specific crud. So I have these helpers working with me for SQLite, and then ultimately I kind of want to, so what I'm trying to do today is button it up into this abstract, like have it obey this abstract interface where it's just create, retrieve, update, destroy, and if I need to do migration stuff, it's this. I happen to be working on describe tables, and then I can like make different implementations for every kind of vendor that I might want to support. So that's what I'm kind of aiming at right now. The only thing I'm a little bit uneasy about is that nowhere in my interface do I let you build prepared statements. That's why I use Mongoose or for MongoDB driver, allows you to a lot of searches easily. Ah, I see. That's cool. Okay, build statement parameter, and then I'm going to have the same kind of step. Let me make a different name for this one. This should be get table name result. And so I can kind of repeat that down here, but with a different name. Change the name to protect the innocent. This is going to be a get table schema result. Get table schema. Okay, and so while we get rows out of the get table schema, we're building up columns, right? And the way I phrased that, we care about columns 1 and 2. The columns are 0 based, the parameters are 1 based. Go figure. Anyway, the column 1 is the name and column 2 is the type. So yeah, column definition. No, it's already in table. Table dot column definitions push back a column definition, but that one I can use an initializer list, right? Yeah, because it's a plain old structure. So if as long as I do name type, oh, that's gonna be the tricky one, the primary key one. Was that in there? Oh yeah. Okay, that's this column. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the PK column, primary key column. That's what I want. All right. Easy peasy. So we're going to push back a column definition. The name is get column text impl get table schema 1. And then the type is column 2. And the is key is column 5, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but that's column Boolean. I am going to make a helper for that. Get column Boolean. Bool. And I think the way we do this is with int, right? That it is not equal to 0. Not equal to 0. I think that's how I want to do it. And that builds the column definitions in the table. That moves the table in. I just need to return tables and we're done. We're done. Should be able to select in combination with the pragma to run the retrieve. That's more advanced. I guess we'll do that next. I'll learn how to do that. Okay, let's see if it works now. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? Oh, we got an error. Why does it say it already exists? Hold on. Did I break I broke everything. That's what happened. I broke everything. Dang it, chat. How did I break everything? I debug and see where it first fails. It fails to reconstruct the initial database. Is that because it didn't delete it? That should have destroyed the original one. Let me retry and go to there. So the database file better not... Oh, because I still have it open in here. That's why. Quit. My bad. I still had it open there. Okay, so retry again and go and it should... Yeah, okay, that's the problem. I still had it open in the shell. All right, but this is still failing. Why? Oh, we don't have a pretty printer for it. So I can't see what's different. I guess we'll make a pretty printer for it. A Google test pretty printer. Well, let's do this. So that was print 2, right? That's how we did those things? Yeah, one of these. And I can define it anywhere, right? Outside of the class, I think. Yeah, so I declare it outside of the class and implement it anywhere I want. So I'm going to declare it here. Column definition, is that the one we want? Hold on. What are we actually comparing? Table definitions. Table definitions is unordered map to table definition. So really I need a pretty printer for table definition. So there. This is a support function for Google Test to print out the values of the table definition type. Table definition. This is the table definition value to print. Okay, and then that goes to there. Okay, I declare it there, and then I gotta define it in the CPP file. I can define it anywhere I wish. Hold on a second. Let me place this function down, and then I'll answer that question. Let's see. Right here. Yep, okay. Use the visitor pattern a couple of streams ago. Do you mind recapping that? Explaining the use cases? Okay, sure. Let me think of a good use case. Okay, I can pick the database example where we used it. Was it in 4, I think? Did I do it here? I don't remember. Maybe not 4. With. I like to use the word with. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I didn't use it in the database examples. Oh, it was when I was doing the JSON stuff. Here, right? There's a with table. Yeah. Right. So, here's a good example. So, this is implementing the concept of destroying a table column in a JSON file, right? So, the way I'm representing the data, hold on. Let's go to the example data here. So the columns are entries in, actually that's not the best way to describe it. Where is it? It should be there's an array at some point. Yeah, here it is. Oh no, they're okay. Yeah, so for like this NPC's table, the rows are JSON objects and the columns are key value pairs in the object, right? So if we're going to destroy the column called job, we need to enumerate all of the NPC JSON objects and remove the job attribute, right? So essentially what we're doing is we're using the visitor pattern to visit the NPC's array, and for every element of the NPC's array, we're going to delete the job attribute. So that's what the visitor we give will delete the job attribute. What it visits is the NPC's array. What the pattern lets you do is the NPC's array, the thing that represents it, implements the visitor pattern by saying, you can give me a function, and whatever function you give me, I'm going to call that function for every JSON object in my set. Yeah, we're visiting the array. Each element of the array, we're calling the same function. So in C++, I just say with the table NPCs, call this function, and that function says, given that row, which will be this JSON object, to remove that column, which should be like job or something like that, right? So the way you implement the visitor pattern in general is you have some kind of loop. Whether it's one kind of loop or another doesn't matter. The loop is enumerating the things inside of your composition. So whatever your composition is, could be a dictionary, could be an array, could be keys and values, whatever it is, you're going to loop through all of the things and call the visitor function for everything, everything in the that you step through. That's all that the visitor pattern is. It just abstracts away how the iteration is done, so that at this point, like, we don't care how the columns are stored. We just want to say go to every row and delete the column, right? So it buttons away this complicated mess here where we have to say, well, if it's a key, if there's a key and it's a string, then it's an object. Otherwise, it's an array, and the key is one of the columns. This is just a type alias. Yeah, it's a standard function. This is the cool new thing in C++ 11 that I learned a couple years ago. It's called a function object. You use this template standard function, and the template argument is kind of weird. It's a it looks like a function without a name. So if you made a function like that, you would have to give it a name like function, and then it's a valid function, right? As long as I gave it a declaration, or you can have a body, right? So that's a valid function. So this is like a function, only without a name. It's basically the type of a function. Type of a function is just a function without a name or a body, right? So you declare what kind of function this is going to have to be. And so that's the return value, and these are the arguments. So that when I actually used it, let's do, and undo a little bit, because I did a bunch of modifies. When I used it with table, I had to make sure that these arguments were exactly the same as in the definition. And also the return value has to be the same. In this case, we're not returning anything because the return value is void. This is a special syntax called a lambda expression, by the way. It is making a temporary function with no name that fits the type of this standard function. As long as these arguments match and this return type is matches what we return, so it's implicit based off of what we return here. As long as that matches, you can use this lambda expression as if it was an object of type standard function. Yeah. The other way to do it would be to actually define a function outside of here and then just pass the name of that function here. That would work too, I think. Actually, I'm not sure. Because a function object actually has storage. So there is an instance. It's an instance of a function. The thing to remember about lambda expressions is that they're also objects as well as functions. The object can have state. In this case, it's whatever we have captured. So it makes an anonymous class with a member variable called column type that it captured by copying from this variable, stores it in that anonymous object, and then that anonymous object exports a function that has that signature. That's what it essentially is. Cool. Glad that the pattern makes sense to you. And I should have waved to you before I started that explanation. Hello. And StraussJ, how are you doing? And Elnudev, how are you doing as well? I'm doing fine. We're just explaining what the visitor pattern was. It's often used as double dispatcher with subclasses. My mentor really hated the visitor pattern. He would always challenge people saying, every time you think that the visitor pattern is a solution, you should ask yourself, is it really correct here? He would challenge everybody who tried to use the visitor pattern, saying, it's the least often used design pattern. And retrospectively, I don't really understand why he would not like the visitor pattern. I never got what he didn't like about it. It seems to be extremely useful when you want to abstract away how a composition is formed from the consumption of said composition. Like, we don't care where you put your rows. Just call this function for every one of them. Bitten by a bad bug? Could be. What about working with it? Yeah, exactly. So it's an abstract syntax tree, meaning we don't need to know how it's constructed. It's just, hey, this tree over there, yeah, just every node of it, just call this function on it, please. And that's where the visitor pattern really is designed to fit. All right, so I have this print 2. I need to implement that. Did I already copy it over? I probably did. I did. Okay, so then I'm going to cheat and look up how did I do this in the CPPs. Because there was a trick, right? Oh, that's it? So then the table definition is just a bunch of column definitions, right? So wouldn't I just shift out that? OS shift out state. Let's rename this. It shouldn't be called state. It should be called table definition. Shift out the table. Whoa. Table definition of column definitions, which means that I have to now make a pretty printer. Oh, didn't like that. Hold on, what? Is it saying it doesn't know how to print one of those? I think that's what it's trying to tell me. It's like, I don't know how to shift that out. Do we have to do our own enumeration? Okay, fine, I'll do it. So shift out. Hold on, let me do the pretty printer for the column definition first, because I have a suspicion that vector knows how to go out on O stream, but column definition doesn't. So this guy, make a pretty printer for column definition. like that. And then I'm going to go right here and make its pretty printer. Okay, this I do want to make it look like a structure, right? And I'm going to put in there. Should say like name, and then the name. Name equals column definition.name, comma, and then type equals. And then is key and is unique. Actually, I'm going to ignore is unique for a while. Is key. I don't know why I didn't like that line. Okay, it still doesn't like that. I think vector doesn't have a, doesn't know how to shift out into an O stream. You know what's ironic about the pretty printer that is not pretty? Making it look like JSON? Yeah, I guess so. That's okay. I mean, Google does that for vectors, right? When I ran that test, where was that test result? Here. It made it look like JSON also. Look at that. It also looks like a C++ initializer list. Kind of like JSON. More like a C++ initializer list. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. I did make it look... I wanted there to be the names in there of the different fields. I don't know why. Should I make it even look more like JSON? Let's do that. This should be like that, true, or false. Okay, and then this should be for const auto column in that. OS shift out the column. And I should have like, if it's, what's column actually? Column definition. Why does it not like that? I don't know. Hold on. Was it Cthulhu ever? Yeah, it was successfully created. Yep. See? Successfully created. With the favorite color and everything. I'm on to describe table right now. Yay! What the heck is wrong with this one? Const cluster member store column definition. That is exactly. Oh wait, no, I need to do print to. Print to column.os. That's what I need. And let's do the thing with the commas. So bool first is true. If not first, OS shift out a comma space. First is false. There we go. Preprint should be like string equivalent in Python, printed for human consumption. Well, I am doing it for human consumption. I'm doing it for when I run this test, I can actually see it like that. That's exactly. See, now that I have a print to, now it prints it where I can read it. And I can see that this schema is empty. So it got the names of the tables, but it didn't get the columns for some reason. So let's figure out what happened with the columns. I wonder if this bind parameter is broken. So let's go to here, I suppose, and debug. Oh, it's empty. Interesting. So that never got prepared. This didn't prepare correctly. This build statement didn't work. Yeah. What was the error? Let's get the error out. const auto error message is SQLite 3 error message. DB get. I just want to look at it. What the error message be? Near question mark syntax error. Really? I'm not allowed to have a question mark there? Huh. So I can't prepare a statement that I can reuse there? Interesting. I wonder if this says anything about that. I guess I need to look at how to make prepared statements. Prepare. Where does it talk about arguments? I think we want to look at this. That's where we just were, right? Prepare. Yeah, okay. Do I need to look at bindings? Literals may be replaced by the parameter. Right, that's what I'm doing. Oh, I need a colon, not a question mark. Right? No, what okay, I don't understand this. So you can use, if it's a question mark, you use a number. It's a colon, okay, that's named parameters. Right. The leftmost one is an index of 1. That was the weird thing about it. So, but it doesn't like that statement for some reason. It doesn't like this pragma table info question mark. Why not? That's exactly what I typed over here, wasn't it? Pragma table info, and then I put a literal in there. Does it not accept literal string? Can I not parameterize literal strings? Let's search if someone else ran into this. Pragma table info. What do we need to search for? Bound. Binding. Oh, parameter binding not working for SQLite pragma table info. Yeah, someone ran into the same problem I just did. It's not possible to bind parameters to SQLite pragmas. Well, bummer. I guess we need to prepare a new statement every single time. What you can do to stay secure is query all the table names. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing. Oh, but their question was to do something simpler, right? It doesn't need, it's not that frequent. I guess I don't really need to prepare the statement. Yeah, it doesn't really need to be. I mean, I'm being over optimizing. Yeah. Hello there. How do I say your name? Garitoro? Hopefully that's close. Let me, I need to take a break. When I get this test working, I'll take a break. I'm almost done though. My brain is starting to melt through my skull and leak onto the floor, I think. Back to, right. So that means I'm not going to make that. So that goes away. We don't do that there. We do it, whoops. We don't do that there. We do it down here, and we just make it ourselves. So auto get table schema equals build statement, and then I have to actually construct it myself here. So it'll be string extension. I don't have that included. Let's do that. String extensions. Do I have that built included in my makefile? I do not. Now I do. Which means I should probably include it in the README. Dun da da. Let's find it. There it is. Grab that. Close there and go back to our README and add it. Done. Okay. And then I have string extensions. What I'm getting at with that is I have string extensions printf, and then that becomes an S, and then we can put the table name in there, which is table name, cstring. There we go. Don't need to reset it or bind anymore. We just step through it, and there's no impl in front of that. Done. Make sure to not start doing string concat. Always use bind params. Yeah, but we can't bind the parameter for pragma. That pragma. Check it out. It's not possible to bind parameters to SQLite pragmas. This is just a special case. We're only using the table name that we got back from the database's own schema with selecting the name from SQLite master. So it's a very special case. I'm going to try to use binding whenever I can. Yeah. So maybe I should put a comment here. In general, this is a bad habit to use string interpolation to fill in parameters. We really should try to use bindings whenever possible. However, for SQLite pragma statements, bindings don't work. And for the reference, let me see if they have a reference. They have a reference. So I'm going to include both the original one I found as well as, so C also. Actually, let's just say for reference. And, by the way, hello, Shake Soda. How are you today? Hopefully you're doing well. I'm going to also link to where they link to. Bound parameters do not work with pragma statements. The end. All right. Okay, so we have to do it that way. Let's see if I pass my test now. Nope, but I'm getting closer. What's the difference here? Oh, interesting. It got promoted to capital letters. Did I do it in capital letters? How did I create it in the first place? Oh. Yeah, let's make it consistent with what the other test did. Int and text in lowercase. Text. Int. Yeah, it seems like whatever we put in there is what SQLite stores. Yay, I got it to pass. Fixed your internet for now. You've been getting 30 to 50% packet loss all week. Ooh, that sucks. Power levels, you mean like with the Wi-Fi transmission power? Or is it some other kind of physical layer? Like, are you talking like fiber or Ethernet or what? It makes me think of, you're talking about Wi-Fi. Like, you might have had to boost the transmission power on the Wi-Fi or something. Cable. You had to fix power levels on the cable? I don't even know how to do that. That's beyond what I know. I think it's good. This is a good stopping point for taking a break. So when I come back from the break, what am I going to do? I guess I'm moving on. That was a particularly tough one. What do I have next? Probably the easier ones next, right? Yeah, after describe tables, I should have just collapsed these and looked at them. I have rename table, add column, destroy table, create row, retrieve rows, update rows, destroy rows, create snapshot, install snapshot. So when I come back from the break, I'll be doing rename table. One of your Wi-Fi routers is dying, you need to shop for a new one. Yeah, me too, Strasj. Mine doesn't drop packets. What happens is like twice a day now, the Wi-Fi will just stop working. Either it's just gone, or you can connect to it, but no packets get across at all. And the cable modem is just fine. I think I need to do the same thing, Strasj. I need to get a new Wi-Fi router. Okay, I'm going to take like a 3-minute break. And if you've been sitting like I have for 3.5 hours, shame on you. You need to get up and stretch, get something to drink, use the restroom. Now would be a good time. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. See you then. Be right back. Thank you for the Twitch subprime. Right as I was going on break. Thank you, Darundo. I wanted to say thank you before I went on the break. I will reset the timer and start this up again. Thank you again for supporting the stream. I'll be right back. 3 minutes. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Thank you again, Darundo, for the Twitch Prime sub. As always, I feel like my work goes slower than I think it will go. I thought I'd be able to get through... Whoops. And I just screwed up the font size. Look at that, get smaller and smaller, fading into oblivion. Font size. It doesn't... I can never fix it the right way. Scaling. What was the setting again? Oh well. I'll just do the key that makes it bigger and get it close enough. It's like between these two settings, and I forget where it is exactly. We'll just live with this one. I was going to open db-migration. I thought I'd be able to do this in one day. This took me 2 days, and this is taking me almost a day, and I haven't even gotten all the way into it. Only gotten 3 tests in. I'm just really slow. I just have to accept that I'm slow and move on. Next, yeah, this scaling isn't right. Like, it's a little bit too small. I thought it was in here somewhere, the scaling. But I don't see it. It's not get lens. Oh, here it is. Zoom level. That was it, right? If I go lower, yeah, it does integers, but I like 2.5. Yes, I like 2.5. I love it. Just don't hit that key combination. I should probably just remove that key combination, shouldn't I? Hey there, too, bud. How are you doing today? Look at that diamond gear that you have. 1-year subscriber. Hopefully you're doing well. I just realized before I came back from the break that it's Friday. It's Friday. It's the weekend. Okay, I am going to make a test for rename table. Should I just have the same... I should have to just have the same tests. Because why not, right? Only instead of JSON, it's SQLite. All right, and then what was I doing here? Oh, I remember. I was going to make a comparison DB. Name not in use, meaning it will work. Okay. So comparison DB. It's alter table that does it, right? We don't need that or that. Go back to the query language. It's alter table. Hello? How come it's connecting now? What happened to SQLite.org? Uh-oh. I'm still streaming, though. I can get to Google. How come I can't get to SQLite.org? Someone is hacking SQLite.org. Why would you go anywhere when you have this stream active? Aw, thank you very much. Can't be reached. Oh, no. Blame it on the golem. Is it just me, or can no one else get to SQLite.org right now? Connection timed out. Wow. I didn't mean to shut down SQLite.org. I'm just trying to use it. I guess I can just figure it out based off of what I had. Does he even have a cache version of it? Okay, we have a cache version of it. Can I wonder if DevDocs has a version of it too. They do. There we go. We're going to use DevDocs. SQLite. Nice. Okay, so that was language, right? Nice. Alter table, rename column. I like it. Fossil SCM is down. Maybe data center thing? Interesting. Scary, but interesting. All right, we're going to use DevDocs. I even have it set up so that if it goes offline, we can install it. Let's do that now. Let's install all of the offline manuals. Just because I can. Sure, use my hard drive. They're not that big anyway. So that we have them if it goes offline completely. How do I get back? I guess actually, how do I get back? Do I have to click this again? I guess so. All right, so we're going to do an alter table. NPCs rename to people. And then the comparison DB should match when we rename the table. There. Okay, and then if it's in use, then it shouldn't be no change, right? This should be verifying no changes. And no arrange is needed. New name blank, same thing, right? No changes? I don't need all this junk. No arrangement needed. And same thing here, no changes. Excellent. We're gonna get through this faster. We'll be faster, stronger, and better than we were an hour ago. Cool. So the only thing that actually needed it to do something is if the name wasn't in, if the name was not already in use. Rename table. I guess we can use a prepared statement, so we will. Let's prepare all of our statements. Prepared statement, rename table. Impl, rename table equals build a statement. Alter table, question mark. Rename to question mark. Excellent. So then I just need to reset it and bind it and do it. This stuff here. And I don't even need a result, do I? It doesn't, I don't care. It's just gonna do it. So reset statement, rename table, and then I have to bind statement parameter. This, comma, 1, comma, old table name, and then bind parameter to new table name, and then don't I have an execute statement? Here we go. Oh, that's for if it's not prepared. Well, if I have an overload, that's where it's prepared. Isn't that just a single step? Yeah, we'll have an overload where we can execute a prepared statement and not care about the results. That's what I'm going to do. Let's overload execute statement. Execute the given prepared SQL statement. This is the prepared statement to execute. And do I care about the error? I guess so. We can get an error. But we're not going to use it here, so might as well do that. So this is a prepared statement. There we go. Make sure it's not the heater. Wait a minute. Friday can't go anywhere. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, I'll probably have to order it online and wait like forever. Okay, I don't want to do exec, do I? I want to do... I guess we're going to just do this loop that we do in, where is it? In this. We're just going to loop this, right? Until it's done. Because there could be rows. So let's just do it. Statement results. So it's statement. If it's done, then we return. Or break. I get, actually, that means this is going to be a loop. Do. We could do it this. How do we want to do this? Let's do it in an infinite loop. Infinite loop time. I don't need that. And this would, we're just going to return, right? Return empty string because there's no error. And this is going to return... didn't I have a helper to get the error message? I thought I did. Error message. Get last database. Oh, I actually have it in two places. Let's use one from the other. Oh, that was just for debugging, so I don't really need that anymore. Cool, I just need this then. Yeah. Where am I? I'm here. Return get last database error. Oh, it needs a database connection though. Shoot. Okay, then I will get a database. A const database connection. A parameter input DB. This is the database for which to execute a statement. All right, and that's really just needed for that. And then, oh, declaration order is a thing here, isn't it? Okay. So I don't return, this is just infinite loop. There we go. Because, yeah, because of that. Oh, no, it found it. Okay. No, I do need, I was wondering if I needed to forward declare it. The other error is because I didn't pass a DB. Yeah, I need to either forward declare it or move it around. I think I'd rather move it around, even though it's gonna mess up my declaration order. Yeah. Oh well. I suppose we could put it in two separate sections. So that first. It's back up. Yeah. I wonder why was it down. Who knows? Okay, it didn't work. Did I get that correct? Rename NPCs to people. I guess I can make sure that I got this correct. Alter table blank, rename to blank. Debug. Serialization doesn't match. Oh, wait a minute. Do I need to run vacuum on it after doing that? No, shouldn't it be the same? Yeah, they're the same size. Why don't they match? I did the exact same operation on it, right? I guess I should verify this. So, hold on. Not that file. Go away. Look for that there. Okay, let's go through this. Debug. So what is the old table name? NPCs, new table name, people. Let me step through this to make sure it's doing what I think it's doing. Index of 1. I think that's right. Transient. Yeah. Means it makes a copy and then execute statement. What does this do? Step. Oh, we got an error. Okay, then. What is the error? I'm not actually storing it anywhere, so let's get it. Debug. Syntax error. Don't tell me alter table can't take a question mark either, can it? It didn't like my statement. Hold on. No, it allowed the statement to be prepared, right? The statement's valid, right? Oh no, it's empty. Okay, so there's another problem then. Here. Yeah, it doesn't like the question marks there. I wonder if it's the same problem. Can we not parameterize that? Alter table? Okay, let's do a Google search. SQLite alter table bind parameter. Not fully bind parameter. Really? What was the one I just found before? That was pragma. Table info, right? Yeah, parameter binding not working. Is there a similar one? Not really. Thing is, that what I didn't like about this is it just says it doesn't work with pragma statements, but doesn't say why. And then just goes on to the next thing. Not very helpful. Okay, so I found this with parameter binding not working. How about SQLite parameter binding not working for alter table? Aha. The name of a table cannot be a parameter. That's a limitation of SQLite. Well, bummer. So it sounds like I'm not really going to do a whole lot of prepared statements with SQLite because the name of the table can't be a parameter. So probably only in queries, right? Queries of where in where clauses and stuff like that. This is just more Stack Overflow questions. Where's the real answer? Generally, one cannot use parameters for database identifiers, names, tables, columns, views, schemas, or database functions, but instead only for binding literal values. Okay. Okay. So I just didn't understand parameter binding then. Those can't be parameters. Okay, got it. So then I have to prepare a new statement every time then. Or for this, I don't even need to prepare a statement then. Okay, so we're not using prepared statements for this either. So rename table, not a prepared statement. I'm just going to build, just do the direct execution of this, right? So just be, yeah, I just execute it directly. Execute statement, void. And I need to plug in the names of these things. So string extensions printf old table name dot c string and new table name dot c string. There. What a bummer. Okay. And it works. You're not really gonna do schema changing that often, I guess so. Yeah. Okay. So I won't stress it then. Let's just see if I can get through this faster. So then add column. Add column is next. SQLite. So the verify no changes should be no such, yeah, we already have that. Okay. That I didn't have to change. This one I do because I need to make a new comparison database that does the same thing. All right. So in this comparison database, we're adding in a column. It's alter table. It's add column, right? Where are you? Alter. Didn't I open that? Oh, I couldn't open it. So I went to, right here. Yeah. I switched to DevDocs. I should have tried DevDocs from the beginning. So it is add column. Add column. And then a column definition, which is, yeah, name and type. Okay, so then we're going to be adding hit points int. And then I don't need this stuff, right? We're just doing that. Do I even need that then? Can I just do that in place? I think I can. I think I just do that. And then the verify for that is this one. Verify serialization comparison DB. Should I also do the describe tables? Nah, we already tested that. That shouldn't be necessary. Whoa. Why did it collapse it? Nope. I thought for a second I'd do it on the first try, but apparently... Oh, no, I didn't implement the code. It just doesn't happen because I want it to happen. I have to actually do this. Okay, alter table, add column. Two things, right? Possibly a third, if it's a primary key. So this would be table name. And it's column definition dot name dot c string. And type. And then if this one is a key, then something, then primary key, otherwise nothing. Wave my magic wand and the code shall appear, if only. I think that'll work. Let's try it. Wave my magic wand hand. And it works. Hey, it worked, Cthulhu. By the way, hello, Really Frank. And I forgot to say hi to Durando after the last break. Okay. There we go. I know. I should just trust you more. Wave that magic wand. Next set of tests. Destroy column. Let's do destroy column. SQLite. Okay, where the column exists, right? So ultimately, there's going to be a comparison DB we compare to. And what we do is make a comparison database where we've dropped the column. Like that. And now I just need to get the SQL syntax for that. Language. Oh, can we not drop a column? Oh, right, we can't. We could drop a table. What was I going to do about this then? Create a new table, copy all its data over without that column, and then drop the old one, and then rename the new one to be the old one, or something like that? Or maybe just not support this at first? The reason why I need destroy column is I need add column to have an inverse for when we do migration scripts To revert it an add column, you do a destroy column. So I'm not sure what to do. I guess it would be the, well, thing is, do I do the exact sequence that, no, I can't, hold on. Yeah, there's no delete column. They have rename a table, rename a column, and add a column, but they don't have a drop column. And they probably talk about it in their frequently asked questions. Column, delete column. How do I delete a column? You have to recreate the table. Save the existing data temporary table, drop the old table, create the new table, and copy the data back in. I guess we can do exactly what they say. The only problem is we have to do this select, where we select everything but the column to drop. What a pity. How does this MySQL do it? I think MySQL just has a, let's see, MySQL drop column. It's just drop column. Drop column, column. Alter table, drop column. Pain in the ass, yeah. You know, it's not so bad. One thing I'm worried about is if I don't do the exact sequence that the code under test does when we do this comparison DB, it might not compare because it's not been reduced. I'm wondering if I should, when we verify the serialization, if we should do a vacuum command on both. Yeah, I think that's how I'm going to verify it. I'm going to do the exact sequence, make sure it works, and then I'm going to, because the way we could construct the comparison DB is instead of using these default statements, we can do it without the column that we're dropping. Which column are we dropping, by the way? We're dropping the job column. So if we constructed this without that, then it's that's what we would get, right? Actually, how am I going to construct the test for this without having to know all of that in the test? I can't think of a way, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to have this thing do what we want. It should be create temporary table. NPCs. Let's use a underscore as a convention. And then how do they say to do it? And then we have columns. Oh, we don't even have to type them, apparently. Interesting. Should I include the types? I think I would do it here, right? Here. Yeah. So this would just be entity name. Right, and then insert into NPCs. Select entity name from NPC. And then, yeah, drop table NPCs, and then create table NPCs as if it didn't have the job at all. What do you mean? Am I storing JSON objects in fully mapped out tables? I'm storing it. I could show you how I store it. This is how I store it. If I fully collapse it, it's just a big composite JSON object right now. But when I look at my entity component system, it sort of matches what a table would be, right? If caps is a table and these are rows, then M and E are columns. Same with character, right? Character is a table. Each of these is a row, and then each of these is a column. So the entity component system, which is the vast majority of the JSON file, fits tables really well already. Hey there, Perry. There was me thinking you'd be creating my own database engine. Nope. I'm not up to that task. There, I have a file now, Perry, called not libraries not invented here, and SQLite is now on that list. These are things that are, I think, beyond my capability. Unless I made that the sole dedicated point to the whole stream, and I've already done that for my game, so I can't do two things. I can't do two impossible tasks. I'm just going to stick with one impossible task. And so these secondary impossible tasks, I'll just reuse someone else's stuff. Oh, you mean an SQLite? I hope to do the same thing in SQLite where there's a caps table and entity and movement would be columns. I might end up just putting only the entity component system in the SQLite database and put everything else in JSON. Oh, thank you for the 100 bits for taking on the impossible task in the first place. No problem. How hard could DB engine could be? It could be very hard, Perry. Very hard. Very difficult. Okay, so there's no job text there. And then let's see if I can figure this out. It would be insert into NPCs, select entity name from NPC underscore, and then drop table NPCs underscore, right? Did I get that right? Oh, sure, we could do it as a transaction. Begin transaction. End transaction. Why not? Why not? Okay. That's what we want. And that's not what we're going to get at first. It's going to fail. There we go. So we actually have to have it do it. Can I do a similar thing here where I can execute... I'm in the wrong file. Execute a sequence of statements. Yeah, can we just make... Oh no, I have to prepare these lists separately. I need the list in 3 places, and I need the table in a whole bunch of places. So we should build the list of columns that stay, right? Welcome back, A Squared. I think I might end the stream after I get the destroy column done. Because I'm tired. It's a Friday. I need to eat lunch. Okay, table name. Building the list of columns. I did this for create column, right? Or create table. Yes, I did it here. So I'm going to just steal this code. And paste it here. And this will be the keep columns. So without the parentheses, so I don't need to start that. First column true. So oh, we never did cache the definitions. I forgot about that. Okay, so I need to move some stuff around. This describe tables we need to do all the time, actually. Yeah, okay, I messed it up. I want table definitions to be something we know about as soon as we connect to the database. So that would be like here. Tables. So open should do that, actually. Let's make it a helper function. We'll read metadata. There we go. I like that. Read metadata. Let's do it. Void read metadata. So that's pragma, this thing. All of this. This will just return impl tables. All right, and then read metadata. Do it here. So I get to remove all the impls out. And we're done, right? So I just need to call that after we open the database. Yeah, which I do. And if we open another file, I need to clear out the old tables. So actually, I can't do that. I have to do tables clear. There we go. And then then I should be able to look at the tables here. So it's I need to find the table though. Right. So I need to look up the table. Const auto tables entry equals tables. Find table name. If tables entry, that should be impl in front, is that dot end, then there's no such table. So return no such table. Otherwise, it's table definition. So const auto table definition is tables entry. SQLite 1042 reset for 5 months in a row. Hello, SQLite 1042, who is usually lurking in the chat. I don't think SQLite 1042 has said much, but I do appreciate the resub, and being here 6 months is quite an achievement. Just out of curiosity. Oh, there are a lot of entries here. SQLite 1042 has actually never said anything in chat as long as I've been running my stream helper. And you don't need to say anything now to break your perfect streak. You've only said things through the resub message, and I appreciate the resub. You don't need to unlurk. Yeah, don't say anything. Preserve your perfect record of lurking. I appreciate the sub though. Thank you very much. Props to all the lurkers. Okay, so this would be second, right? And I don't need to make a copy, so let's just make a reference. So we have our table definition, and if it's not the first column, we're going to add a little comma, and I'm not even going to bother with the spaces. So keep columns is just the column name. We don't need the type. And we don't need the primary. Oh, wait. When we reconstruct it, I'll need that though, right? So really I should be building two lists. Yeah. Greetings, programs. Greetings, C17R. Yeah, I'm going to need to reconstruct everything when I create the table there. So hold on. So I'm building two things then. There's a keep columns and there's a recreate columns. So that would be, that needs a comma also, right? Let's make it perfectly match. And then recreate columns has a column definition dot name, but then it also has a space and then a column definition dot type. I did that before, right? Yes. And then recreate columns gets a primary key if it's got a key. Perfect. Finally finished your C++ course. It was still far too easy despite being the advanced course. You suppose it's meant to teach programming in the context of C++ more than it's meant to teach C++. Oh, I see. Like general programming concepts and not the actual language. Hey there, SPJG. Nice lurk emote there you have there. Okay. So, verify the table exists. Well, fetch, look up the metadata we have on this table, and then construct lists of list of columns for use in moving and moving data, as well as recreating the columns. Felt it was like an intro to programming? Yeah. Yeah, if you have quite a bit of programming background, you might have expert syndrome, right? Where you understand it only because you already know it. Okay, so we're constructing these lists. Do I want... Hold on, I just hid the window I didn't want to hide. Yeah, okay, so then we just need to do this. So, perform the exotic sequence trademark, which will drop the column by completely copying the data we want to keep, reconstructing the table without the column we want to drop, and finally copying the data back. Actually, do we need to copy the data back? Why don't I just rename the table? Why do we bother with this insert into? Why don't we just rename the table T1 backup to be T1 at this point? Why do all of that? Is it because the temporary table acts differently? I don't know. If they say that that's the way to do it in the documentation, we'll just do it. So, I need to do a sequence of X statements, which I need to form. I need to build them. So, standard vector of standard strings statements. Statements dot pushback. I already have it in my unit test. Why don't I just get it? Yeah, these ones. Here we go. We're going to push all of these back. So, all of these will have a pushback in front. And then, like that. And some of these need to be formatted. I'll get them in a second. So, for const auto statement in statements, void execute statement, impl db, comma, statement. It's commit, not end transaction. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Tabrath. That's your first point, so now you get a second point. If you guys hear shouting in the background, that's because I have two kids right now that are yelling at each other. And they're about to get in trouble. So that needs to be commit. I saw begin transaction, I assumed that the end was end transaction. Wouldn't anybody assume that? I should have been more careful and double check that it's commit. Why do they not balance it with end transaction? Weird. All right. Yeah, why is it not end? I don't know. Okay, so these ones will have to be constructed from string extensions. Printf. There's a %s there and a %s there. Okay, so then this first one is table name. And then it's keep columns, string C string. All right, and then the next is %s, %s, %s. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. I missed this line. That line there. And then these with one extra. With a comma there and none there. And then next, drop table, the old table name. Hey there, Endurin. May react late. Gaming again. No problem. Hi. By the way, you can do a Raimu 8. Actually, do I need to unlock it myself? Wrong window. Yeah, I think I need to unlock it myself. Unlock a modified emote. Sombrero. Wait a minute. Oh, it's already unlocked. So I can just type it, right? Raimu 8EJ SO to N Perry. Alright, Endurin, I mean. Now, hopefully that works. I don't know if it's going to work. I can't actually see it because... No, it didn't work. How come I can't modify it? I can't modify the sombrero anymore? Why not? It expired. Well, bummer. Refresh that window. Well, I can no longer do the double sombrero. That was a limited time only thing, I suppose. Oh well. Double sombrero. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Okay. We're doing an exotic sequence trademark to drop a column from a SQLite database. So, this is the other list, right? Okay. And yeah. We put the table name back. And then this time, it's not keep columns, it's, I forgot what I called it. Recreate columns. C-string. Okay, and then insert into %s, select %s from %s. Yeah, if you hear yelling, it's my kids yelling. That should be a string, dot. There we go. Hey there, Prof Elements. You can unlock it, I can't. By the way, when you guys yell, everybody can hear you. That wasn't an invitation to yell, by the way. All right, so table, but in between we get the keep columns, right? Oh yeah, look at that. You use the sombrero thing. How come I can't use it? Bummer. Yeah, get in your room, you damn kids. You damn hooligans. All right. Almost there. Table name.cstring. And the last one is commit. Okay. I think I got it, chat. Build it. And run it. Nope, it didn't work. In fact, it broke something else. No such table NPC. Oh. Hold on, where is that failing? Yeah, this one. You found a bug in the chat overlay? Which bug is that? Oh, the modified emotes are not showing up in the stream parrot? Let me reset the stream parrot. Let's reset it. Because sometimes it's not really a bug, it's just the cache is out of date. So try again, see if it's still in the stream parrot. If so, we'll tell Chris about it. Oh, the HF one isn't working. Well, I'm not seeing it either, though. The horizontal flip isn't working. It's a bug in Twitch? Huh. Yeah, who knows? Twitch being Twitch, right? Your chat client's showing it right, but it's a bug in Twitch. What? I don't know. Yeah, sometimes that's working and sometimes it's not. That's weird. Is it the first one works and the second one doesn't work? Oh, did I get the name wrong? It could be. Check the image above. Hold on. I did check the image, but I didn't see immediately what you're talking about. You mean the fact that it doesn't do that second emote? Is there a space in between? Otherwise, it's a bug in Twitch, right? Huh. I don't know. I'm not here to debug Twitch. It's working, so it's working for some people and not working for other people, I take it. Okay, so the reconstruct database didn't work. Because I probably have a bug that Cthulhu said. Create temporary table NPCs underscore. Insert into NPCs underscore. Select from NP. Oh, yeah, that's it. It's NPCs. So Cthulhu knew what it was. Thank you. Look at the inset. Yes. Yep. You got yourself a point, Cthulhu. You have 28 points now, and I can't rebuild while it's debugging. Okay, run it again. Now what? What? Oh, it's getting to here. It just doesn't match. Interesting. Execute the golem. Okay, let me look for bugs. We should get the exact same results that we got. Hold on, that should match this sequence, right? Begin transaction, create temporary table with the underscore outside and then the keep columns inside. I guess I could verify that the keep columns are correct. Actually, I can look at the statements before we execute them. That's what I should do. Let's look at the statements to see if they are correct. Statements, 8 of them. Nope, it didn't remove the job. Okay, yeah. I completely forgot to do that one. My bad. I did not filter out the one we're removing, which is column name. So, when we are going through here, we should check that. If column definition dot name is equal to column name, then continue. There we go. Well, let's tell Twitch about the bug. Yeah, let's do it. How do we report a bug in Twitch? I have no idea. Okay, this one I think I broke because it actually makes a change instead of making no changes. So I think what we should do is it should only do it if the column is in the metadata. So I'm going to say if first column. That means we never found it, right? So that we would just return. There we go. I should probably have a little thing here. Shortcut the process if no column was found with the given name. Yeah, exactly. They have a customer support page, you're sure we never get a response? You'd be surprised. Okay, why is it actually doing something? Is it not hitting here? Oh yeah, why is it false? Oh.
it's the wrong variable, and you have another variable, found column. Found column to remove. Found column to be destroyed. False. This should be true. If not found the column to be destroyed, then return. Just finished watching a documentary on Netflix about frogs. It was absolutely riveting. Ribbit. Nice. How are you doing, Mr. Balrog? I don't have a Twitch bug thing to report. Yeah. Okay, I got it to pass. I'm getting hungry and tired. I hope you guys don't mind if I call it here. So yeah, it works for some people, doesn't work for other people. I don't know. Let's make a commit for this. Do I even have commits in this? I'm in the wrong folder. SQLite cluster. You just joined. Maybe I can stream a little bit more, but I think I'm done with this development for now. Oh, maybe I can work on the Minesweeper game. There's one change that Failed to Survive wants me to do, or that would be useful for him. Maybe I'll do that. Have your kids make your dinner. One of them is supposed to make dinner tonight, right? Yeah, we have a rotating schedule. I just can't remember who it is. Oh, I never made a repository for this. Okay, I need to do that. I thought I did. Cat ls.get. Obviously I didn't. Get in it then. Okay, and then I want to do git add dot get status git commit -m initial revision, and then git remote add origin git at github.com Raimu8354 SQLite cluster member store.git, and I have to go onto my GitHub to make that exist, because there's no command that I can do in the entire universe to create a GitHub repository from the command line that I have. Well, actually, there probably is, but I just don't have the tool installed. Cluster member store. Add it. And then I can do git push u origin master. And it's there. If I hit refresh to verify it's there, it's there. Neato. Okay, so then I'm done with that window. GitHub CLI tool, yeah, probably. The colon prefix worked? Interesting. Huh. Weird. Yeah, you know, it's such a simple thing that I don't do very often. I'm not going to bother, but thank you, Prof Elements, for that. I'll put it in my stream notes. We'll put it right here. I'm going to switch gears now to wind down the stream. I'm going to work on something totally different. Let's remove all the breakpoints. Close all the things. Don't save that. I'm going to, well, first before I switch, I'm going to change the current task to be, which state in California has the most ghosts? Oh, I think I know this one. Don't say the answer. No, I don't know it. Sorry. Okay, this current task is going to be adding a feature to my Minesweeper clone to make grid edge more obvious. So there's an easy way to implement it, and I want to try that first. Malibu. Okay, I wouldn't have gotten that. I was thinking Funeralton, Fullerton. No, that didn't work. Okay, so I'm gonna switch gears here. I'm gonna go to my Mines project. If you haven't seen this before, it's rymines.now.sh. So if I were to visit that myself, let's see if I have a saved game. I do. Yes, I would like to restore it. Okay, I must have been... Oh, I did this for the recap video. So it's my version of Minesweeper. So there's a little bit of a issue that people have been having playing my Minesweeper clone. That if you're up here working, it looks like you're at the top left edge, but you're not. We're actually offset a little bit, and it's not obvious. So we would like to make it obvious if you really are on the edge or not. And so you don't have to glance down here in the corner to see, oh, well, you need to scroll a little bit to the right or left or whatever. So the quick and easy idea, I think that will be okay, but maybe not the best, would be to misalign by half a grid tile everything, and then we would see a black bar once we actually hit the edge. So I'm going to try that first. And then the other thing I was thinking of is, see how there's a red border? We can make the border color and size and shape and animation depend on if we really what offset we are in the grid. So we can do that as well. If you heard of Kaboom, it's a variant of Minesweeper that you really like. I haven't heard of Kaboom. My version has these extra features that I enjoy playing with, like the detonator. I can blow up a section of the map and not lose the game. If I hit one more mine, I'm going to lose because I don't have armor. So, oh, game over, right? And we're just going to temporarily ignore the fact that you can cheat and go back. But yeah. I also make the grid really big for like the hardest impossible level. You can see in this little corner here how big of the area we're actually seeing. And as I uncover areas, it doesn't actually reveal a whole lot unless you reveal a really wide area. So like with that, then we start to see a little bit of black on that. Oh, thank you for that link. I'll have to try it out later. Maybe I can, borrow some ideas from that. Anyway, I want to fix this issue of that not knowing if you're on the real edge. So I believe what we need to go is go to the stage middleware where I calculate the offsets of where to draw things. Has anyone finished one of what, the Kaboom levels or mine? The 11,000 mines one, my dad has finished it many times. I posted his high scores in the, oh no, did I? Yeah, I think I posted my dad's high scores in the Discord. Yeah, did you see that, A Squared? Let me find it. I posted it somewhere. Hit my dad's high scores. Where did I put it? I put it somewhere. Oh, there it was. Here we go. Here are my dad's high scores. On the original DOS version, no less. Not even on the web, but with like his old computer. I'm not going to show Discord. In fact, I will paste it here. Just paste it here. Let's do... How come it... Can't I just scroll? There we go. Right click. So, this is in seconds. So his fastest game, I did that calculation before. Let's just do it again. 20,545 seconds is 5 hours, 42 minutes, and 25 seconds. Yeah. Almost 6 hours for his fastest game. So we know it's possible because my dad could do it. And he's actually playing it again. He's really happy that I recreated the game. Now he can play it online again. Before, he had to have an MS-DOS machine to play it. All right. So it is possible to beat the 11,000 mine one. It just takes 5-6 hours. But now you don't have to do it in one sitting. You can hit this quit button. And then sometime later, you can come back and continue where you left off, and it remembers your time. Okay, so where we display things would be where we, I think where we create them, or no, where we add them. Set X, I think. Set viewport, maybe. Update tile positions and scale, here we go. So at some point I loop through all of the tiles and set their positions. Oh yeah, with all grid cells, we figure out where to place them. Actually, I could do it with origin. What if I just fix the origin? Wouldn't that be easier? It's like, what would happen if I did negative 0.5 here? What would that do? Oh, and to test this, I have to actually run it myself. So I need to go to mines and do npm start. Yeah, the only one I know to have ever finished it was my dad. Okay, waiting for it to boot up. Actually, I guess I could open it here. Localhost 3000. There it is. All right, and then strenuous. Actually, that might have been it. Look at that. We did it, chat. Just changing the offset to negative 0.5 was enough to do it. Now you know you're on the edge because of the offset. But does it look right everywhere? So it's offset by half a tile now. I think that's okay. Oh, wait a minute. The calculation on whether or not to show the zoom thing is off. I need to tweak that adjustment. Oh, there was another problem with this, right? What was it? That failed to survive ran into. If you do that and then you drag here, now it's hidden even though it's off screen. Yeah, there's that bug. It doesn't show that you're scrolled off screen. No audio? Okay. You're saying that you can't hear me, but I'm working on it. I'm working on it. How? Oh, I guess I'm not going to need to type it. That seems good was that it looked good, right? Okay, but I want to fix this problem. I also want to fix the mini map not showing down here. So and also possibly show the border different on the real edges. Because I think I could do that because we know the offset X and Y. Let me fix the actually let's update the current task. Yes. Okay. Fixing the mini map so it doesn't disappear when grid is slightly big. There we go. No, but Toulouse is one of my most prominent players of this game, so we gotta cater to that, right? Okay, so it shouldn't be too hard. I need to find out where this is done. I think it's this right here. I think this is it. I think we need to account for the, what do I call it? This margin. I think that's it. Oh, let me see. How often do I set the origin, actually? It's okay, that's it then. That's how we offset the tiles. Does that actually mess up when we lose, though? Not really. Oh, the clicking coordinates are off. The clicking coordinates are off. I need to adjust by half a tile now. Yeah. Okay, so I need to back up here. Actually, we're gonna keep this and say instead fixing bug just introduced, which offsets clicks by half a tile. So on pointer down. If we just adjusted pointer before we called all this stuff. Okay, it's all of these right here. How often do we do that? 3 times. Okay, I need to make a subroutine for that. We're working on Rymines, yeah, to wind down the stream. A few, not urgently needed, but nice to have features that weren't in there. Can I ask why you write the current task as a separate file so that it shows up above my head? I run this tool called, well, the uptime there is also written to a file, and I'm running a tool called snaz that writes it. So it's just easy and simple in OBS to have a file source. Do that, yeah. Just so that when people are like looking at the stream, they're like, what's he working on? I can say, well, just look above my head. That's what I'm kind of trying to work on right now. Okay, let me extract this as a subroutine. Tile, yeah. So we'll need the state. Okay, can I just... How do I return more than one thing? I can just return an object, or I can return an array. That's what I can do. So let's make what to name it? Something like const calculate grid. How about grid coordinates from pointer, and then we'll have pointer and the stage is this. Because we need the stage for tile scaling, and we need the pointer for x. Okay, we need get state also. Let's keep it alphabetical. Alright, and then return xy, I guess? Okay, so then let's search for everywhere this is done. Okay, so then right here, right? Do I need tile scaled size for anything else? Doesn't look like it. So here I can just do const xy equals get, or grid coordinates from pointer. Get state, pointer, get state. Oh wait, I did get state twice. Stage. And didn't like that? Why not? Can't reduce block scope variable. What? What? Oh, probably because I have that. Yeah, that was it. Alright. Never mind. So that goes there and replaces that, right? Cool. And there was one more spot. There. Now let me review where those are used from. So it's used here when we move the pointer to see if we're dragging in the grid. Yes, that makes sense. And then here it's if we click on a spot. Right. And then here it's used if we the pointer up. Okay, that makes sense. So then to fix it, I just need to adjust this by half a tiled scale size, right? So it would be I need to add to the pointer, don't I? Oh, so if we're already dividing, I can just add by 0.05 here. And then do the floor. There we go. Let's test it. We'll do a big grid here. So if I click there, click... No, I'm off by one. See? I'm off by one. So subtract by 0.5. Does that make sense? Yeah, it should be subtract. I sometimes get that backwards. Yeah, see now it's good. So if I drag around here, okay, that looks good now. All right. Yeah, now it's completely obvious if we're at the edge or not, I think. Oh, that's weird. The dragging isn't right. The dragging is wrong. How do we get that so wrong? Okay, the dragging is wrong. I screwed up somehow. That would be on pointer move, right? Okay, what did I do? What did I do wrong here? Is it here? It might be in here, or I do it wrong. Ah, look, there's an extra calculation here. Okay, then this needs to use that other function. Right, this one. So const xy equals get state pointer stage, and then that replaces that, right? I think I see what happened. I pulled out offset x and y separately, because I was going to use it for something else. So I still want that, but I don't need that anymore. There we go. Back from meetings. How are your meetings? You can hear me now, huh? So when I offset the grid by half, all the places where we were clicking were offset. So I think I fixed that. And now the dragging is fixed again. Nice. Okay. So now we offset the whole grid by half a tile, so it's obvious if we're at an edge or not. Let me pick a not so big one. This one's actually kind of big also. Oh, the bottom, we don't allow you to drag more. We need to allow you to drag an extra tile on the bottom. Okay, so let's fix that. So fixing bug just introduced, which doesn't let you see bottom row. There we go. Hey there, Ali1. I'm winding down my stream today. I'm no longer working on my database stuff. I'm adding a feature to Rymines that Failed to Survive could use, I think, where if you really are at the top or the left of the grid, you see a bar. So I got that working, but now the bottom, you can't see the bottom. Or you can't... That actually is the corner, but you can't tell it is the corner. You can't get it to go scroll an extra tile, basically. Yeah, actually, I wonder if I could if I dragged that. Yeah, see how it was fighting me for the edge there? As I scroll this slowly, you'll see that it wants to it's rounding at the wrong point, so we need to fix that. I think that's where we determine the viewport size. Okay, this is where was this again? Determine. I can't remember this. Viewport size. Resize viewport. I can't remember what I call this. Viewport. Update tile positions and scale. There we go. Right, we have the viewport size, and then we need to compare with the grid size. Where was that exactly? Okay, we have this right overflow. Okay, I think it's in this clamping. So we have a right overflow. I think I need a bottom overflow. Viewport bottom overflow is and basically one tile, right? Do I just add one? Just do that, and then you can add that here. Let's see if that works. So now drag, 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 and there we go. We can go off. We can basically overflow one tile now. Okay. Fix that. Neat. All right. So then there was one remaining bug, right? That's where I think it was on this level. You could drag this and the minimap doesn't show up at all. Because it doesn't think it needs to show it, I think. What about some of these smaller levels? Yeah. I think we should always show the minimap if the offset is not zeros. I think that will solve it. So let's say current task is fixing. Okay, if I go back in the history, we can get back to where it said that, right? Yeah. And it's not that it's slightly big. Fixing the minimap so it doesn't disappear when grid is offset. Or it should be the other way around. So it does appear when grid is offset. Yeah. Okay, so that's in this mini map calculation. Mini map something. We have a conditional, right? Somewhere here. I just need to find out where it is. Oh, here it is. Right, only if this is true do we actually make the mini map. So I want to add to this. I think I would just want to say or offset x is greater than 0 or offset y is greater than 0. And that might just fix it right away. And then I can go eat. Oh, look, it fixed it. So now at this level, if we scroll to the right, it appears. To kind of show you here visually that, like, what you're seeing out of the actual grid. I like it. Cool. I think we're going to cut a new release of this. So I'll show you what I do to make a release. I go to the release notes, and we're going to call this version 0.19.0. Put today's date in here. It's the 8th of May. And we've basically fixed one bug and added another feature, right? Fixed bug where mini-map would not appear when grid was scrolled. I consider that a bug. I think it should show up when the grid is scrolled. So we're going to say we fixed it. Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah. So now Fail won't accidentally think that he's on the edge when he's not. So now it'll be obvious if you're on the edge because there's a black bar now. So if you're like scrolled like that, then it's like, oh, okay, there's something right off screen there. So we have to scroll a little bit more. Okay, now we're on the real edge. So I just have to make sure it applies on all four corners, right? So it's obvious if you're on the real corners or not now. Yeah, you won't be able to blame me anymore. That's the important part. All right, so then the other thing, let's list the new feature first. Made it more obvious when the viewport is showing an actual grid corner, so that if the player thinks they're on the corner when they're not, it's no longer developer's fault. Developer's fault. Should I keep that in there? Make it more obvious when the viewport is showing an actual grid corner. So that, no, let's just leave it at that. I forget the word. I was just being whimsical. Make it more obvious when the viewport is showing an actual grid corner or not, by offsetting the view by half a cell. There we go. Okay, and then I go to my package JSON and I change the number here. And essentially that's it. I just need to push it and then watch for it to deploy. Let's go to the correct folder. Mines. So this is an open source project. Oh, that's right. I wanted to add one more thing. I wanted to add a prominent thing saying you can fork this on GitHub. And I wanted to find out how to do that. Does anyone happen to know really quick where you get that link? Fork me on GitHub. The banner. Yeah, this thing. How do we get that? No, that's not the how. How do I add fork me and GitHub ribbon? Can I just pull this into view here? The marketing material? Yeah, but I want a quick answer. It comes to the pre-configured banner. Okay, so we just do it. What's the image? Is that what we can link? Do we have a... Okay, I'll just give up. Let's go to github.com and see how do we do that. Search fork me banner. Fork me banner. No, these are repositories. I want to search all of... No. Do they have it maybe on the about stuff? Integrations? I don't know where to look. Maybe on the bottom somewhere? Hold on. Where would we find something like this? Support? Help? Community forum? No. Developer API? I don't know where to look. Resources? Product resources? Wow. Toulouse was like ahead by a quarter second ahead of N. Perry. I'll give you both points. Like, in fact, I'll give Nui a point for kind of knowing where to look. Just not exactly where. And that's Perry's point, and there's Toulouse's point. Let's look at that. You guys are fast. Okay, cool. I just need a snippet. Yeah. What color do I want? The color is the most important thing. I want a dark color, like a, maybe not black. What would go well with this? Maybe a blue. Do they have a blue? They don't have a blue. I guess we do the white one. The banner wasn't there. Yeah. Thanks for looking, though. Let's try to add this. So where do I just put that somewhere? Make sure to change. Yeah, I know that. How does this work? Attachment full, size full. Where does it get those classes, though? Hold on. I don't understand. Where is it getting these classes? I don't know. Let's just try it and see. If I put that in the app.js, right? Or do I put it in the index? I kind of only wanted to show it when you're not playing, though. So when you're on this screen, where did I place that? Activity, select level. Yeah, here. On the select level screen. This is like the home page, pretty much. So maybe put it, I don't know. It's definitely not going to force it to top right of anything. I guess since mine's, this one doesn't scroll at all, it'll be fine. I guess we can fix it, right? You guys are experts in CSS. Where do I put it here? Maybe I do want it to show up always, and then move these buttons over to the left a little bit. Oh, okay, so if I wanted to put it at the top, where is that? Is that app again? Yes, because there's the about buttons. There's the viewport overall, there's the header. So what if I just placed it there? There's an A. Can I just do a format here? Format. Oh, that messed everything up. Can I just format these lines? Format selection, there we go. It's not gonna... Okay, I guess I have to do that myself. I want to see the attributes on individual lines. Okay. Oh, is there no slash to that? We need one there for React though, right? Okay, and then me is Raimu8354/mines. What does that look like? That didn't do anything. Why did that not do anything? Because I'm looking at the wrong page. I'm stupid. Okay, what page should I be looking at? This one. Okay, put it up there. I kind of want to rotate that. Okay, let's... I think we're just missing the CSS classes that they had, right? Ship it, yeah. Where are the CSS classes? I guess I gotta figure it out myself. Obviously, we don't need that. So let's put GitHub banner class, and we'll just work with this. App GitHub banner. There we go. We will put it right here. That has to be like display static or how does it work? The secondary reference has some CSS in it? Oh, really? Oh, a different one. I just saw that. Okay, cool. What does this one look like? I'll give you another point. It's funny how I keep squeezing in these things, right? Oh, I can steal. Oh, position absolute. That's what I was looking for. I think I can just do this myself if I just can get some of these things done. Loot. And then how do you rotate 90 degrees? Transform. It's transform something, right? Transform. How do you rotate? Transform origin? No. Rotate? Can I just say rotate 90? What does that do? I like experimenting with CSS up to a point. Which window am I looking at? I'm looking at this window. Okay, we don't need that one. Don't need that. Okay. Did that rotate it? It did. Now I need to put it on the right. It's like right 0 or something like that, right? There we go. Almost. And then I need to have more of a margin for the last child. Let's go 100 pixels. No, margin left. I'm on the wrong one. Margin right 100 pixels. More than that. 150. Nice. That's exactly what I want. Only it's going to cover it if it's too small. Do I care? I can make it smaller. How about 80 by 80? Is it indecipherable at that size? Yeah, it's kind of small. I want it a little bit smaller, but not that much smaller. Yeah. It's also drawing it. I really want it to draw covering the top. I guess I need to move it out of the app viewport, don't I? For that to work. If I do try that. What does that do? Aha! There we go. Look at that. And then let's go the margin down to 125. 100. We can even go less than that. How about 75? Sure. Oh, how did I get... Oh, I clicked on that link. Oh, that link covers the whole thing. Nice that it goes to the correct place. Margin right 20%. Actually, you can put the percent before the 20? I didn't know that. Percent 20. Wait a minute. What does that do? It didn't appear to do anything. Yeah, let's just do 75 pixels. I think that's not enough because I tried to click the about button and it's on obscuring the about button. Yeah. In fact, a little bit more. Yeah. Right. Got it. 20%. Yeah, but what does that do? Oh, I see. Is that what we want? I don't know if I want... Maybe not 20. How about 15 on 151? 10? Not enough. You know, I kind of like the absolute number of pixels I had before, if that's okay. Because I want it to gravitate to the right. I don't know what to do when it gets small like that. Maybe I should get rid of that when it's too small. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out at some point. But that's good enough for now, right? And then I also want to mention it in the about. I do mention it in the about. There we go. Oh, thank you for the 100 bits, Skadam. You've been very generous, very extremely generous today. So I want to put that in there, mention that in the release notes. So it's an incidental thing. So added fork me on GitHub banner. All right. The release notes should say so. Yep. And I think we're good. So then I just check this in, and it now.sh will automatically build it, the Vercel thing. Right. Okay, so I guess I can just type from what I had here. Oh, what's this? Another gifted sub. Oh, thank you for gifting that sub to Amtonly. Amtonly. Thank you, Gadam. Make this, so this should be like imperative. Make it more obvious when the viewport is showing an actual grid corner or not. Fix bug where minimap will not appear when grid was scrolled. Add fork me. Okay, so then this is version 0.19.0. Hey there, Monkey. We're about done with the stream. I wanted to just put in a few extra things to stream a little bit longer, but I gotta go eat and I'm tired, so I'm gonna push these changes. And I'll show you what happens when I actually submit it. So what happens for me, I think I could show this and there's no secrets. If I go to now.sh, right? I get a little window. There's nothing, yeah, there's nothing secret here. I can show this. Pretty sure. There's a little window here that if I click on that, it shows me what the status is, right? 9 days ago it deployed. So the moment that I push, well, let's label it tag 0.19.0. The moment I push it, and I'll push the tags too, it should start to build the next version of it. Anytime now. Anytime now. There it goes. Building. 6 seconds ago. It's pretty cool, this now.sh. It will, it's integrated into GitHub, so it detects when I make a commit onto the master branch, and it goes and makes a build for me and posts it. Yeah, I've used it because the chat client I use, called Yata, is served on now.sh, and I'm like, oh, if Hideo's using it, it's good enough for me. So this should take another 30 seconds or so. So actually, this gives me a perfect opportunity to go find the next person for me to raid while it's deploying. I'll get a head start on looking that up. Who is streaming right now? Okay. Anyway, see, it says it's ready. Now if I go to the production build, and that was here, and I hit refresh, that's 0.19.0. And look, it has a fork me on GitHub. And then this has the nice border fixed now. Neato. Chat, don't forget to stimulate the economy by spending your chat mana. Do your chatter. I'll have to make channel point rewards to control my lights at some point soon. Some point soon, trademark. Alright, well I hope you enjoyed the SQLite database stuff and the little bit of work on the Minesweeper clone. Looks like you're getting a lot of good ideas. Yeah, I am. At 100 at a time will be a very long time, yeah. Well, I'll have to make something you can throw away your points on, something like changing my light color. All that stuff. Well, I guess we could raid Oh Bother. Haven't raided him in a while. Yeah, let's do that. So Oh Bother is a maker. He is working on a steering wheel project right now. He works on a lot of hardware projects. He is a lot more professional than I am. I had one hardware maker stream where I built the light strips that I have now, and he has a lot more professional setup, so I hope you enjoy his stream. The cool thing about his stream, I think, is that if you subscribe to his stream, you get your name laser etched into a wooden panel on the side of his shop, so quite interesting, I think. Let's go raid him. Hold on. Oh bother. Starting the raid. So, I'll be back next week. I hope you guys have a great weekend. My schedule is somewhat regular now. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 9:15 a.m. for me, which is 16:15 UTC. So won't be back tomorrow because today's Friday, but I'll be back on Monday. Yeah, Ernius, I hope that you join us next week. I hope you enjoyed today. Thank you so much, especially to Gadan for all the bits and gifted subs. So it was tremendous. And hello and goodbye, live coding. See you, Nui and everybody else. Hope you guys have an awesome weekend and catch you later. All right. Bye.